Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National Schools Sevens Tournament here at the Richardson Evans pitches in southwest London. If you missed any of yesterday's action, you can catch up 247.tv to catch up on any of the tries and tackles from yesterday's action. Today we'll see the junior and prep finals later today on the RE1 pitch here, but first up it's the Colts tournament. Yes, good morning and welcome to the second day of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National Schools Sevens Tournament. We're here at the RE1 pitch. As mentioned just there, the junior and prep finals will be on later this afternoon, but first up, kicking off, it's the Colts tournament, and we have Millfield against Mace E. Gwandraith. Up first, Millfield playing from right to left in red, blue, green hoops, and Mace E. Gwandraith in purple. As with yesterday, I'm joined by Chris Cracknell in the commentary studio, the former England Sevens star. Chris, how are you doing this morning?
Good, thanks. Another beautiful day here in southwest London, and good first match-up for us in front of us here. A bit of Welsh flavour against a good English rugby school. Millfield Juniors doing ever so well yesterday, so let's hope their Colts side can continue that vein of form running into the first match here.
Absolutely, Millfield will be seeing plenty of today. They'll be taking part in the prep quarter-final later against Felton Fleet here on pitch RE1. But first it is the Colts tournament kicking off. As mentioned, we had a fantastic day's rugby sevens here, and Millfield looking to get it off to the perfect start here. A brilliant break in midfield. The referee doing well to keep up there with the player breaking free, just in case there's a knock-on. But I don't think we need to worry about that. Very casual, runs in under the posts and dots it down for a score in the opening moments here of this first game. Chris mentioned Millfield, a strong outfit in the juniors and preps yesterday, and if that's anything to go by, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with in the Colts today as well.
Oh yeah, a bit of gas from the referee as well there. I think he doesn't realise quite how many games he's got to referee this long day of rugby sevens. But no, it's a familiar sight there, seeing Millfield running up another try, but a different flavour of running straight up the middle of the park. It was a good step and break to score.
Absolutely, yeah. We saw a lot of tries out, players running out down the wing yesterday. More of a midfield break there, and as you say, the referee doing fantastically well to keep up with play. Now Mace E. Gwandraith trying to get straight back into this game. But a knock on just outside the 22. A bit of argy-bargy there. It was Alex Jones, apparently an aspiring chef, the Mace E. Gwandraith side there, who lost the ball in contact, so Millfield will have a good opportunity here. They won the Colts tournaments actually back-to-back in 2009 and 2010, Millfield, so they've definitely got pedigree. But Mace E. Gwandraith turning it over there and then losing it straight back again. And they'll look to shift it out to the right here, Millfield. Lovely bit of skill there to knock the ball on to the winger. Now coming back from right to left. Already a real crowd building up on that far side. The atmosphere as ever electric, and now the player looking to use his gas out wide. He's got a couple of steps to make, and the purple shirted defenders do get back well. But still an opportunity possibly on the blind side. It's a decent break, the tackle missed, and Millfield have their second try just a few minutes into this game. A strong start and a slightly different try there. It was more about the ball retention, Chris, and going through the phases, and then a lovely blindside break there for the score.
Yeah, Millfield had to work exceptionally hard to get that score going through the phases, but it showed a theme that they did well yesterday, and it's something they obviously got ingrained throughout their seven system at Millfield, is that support play, and it's something we mentioned and we alluded to a fair bit about guys getting in their threes, and the ball carrier taking the ball in, and the next guy being there, and then the guy after that being able to play the ball away. What was exciting to see there was nobody died with their feet in contact. They all looked to keep the ball alive and keep the ball up and moving, and that's what ended up in them scoring in the far touchline there.
Early doors, looking a very strong outfit here, Millfield. Chris, we spoke yesterday a lot about the atmosphere. Over 8,000 spectators expected here across the 5 days, and already, I mean, it's not even 10:30, but you look around this RE1 pitch and across the field, and there feels like, even more so than yesterday, there's a big crowd here today.
Well, it's fantastic to see. I think, you know, there's a few junior teams that would have gone home yesterday disappointed, but, you know, the great thing about this tournament is that it builds and builds and builds into the seniors throughout the week, and with the Colts turning up today, it adds another flavour and another element of sevens for the spectators to come down and view, and a bit more ferocious contest maybe, but it's great to see so many numbers back at RE1 this morning.
A third try for Millfield here in the first half, and that was another lovely blindside break. It looked as if the winger had been stopped in his tracks, and the man who got the ball dummied to pass out and then cut back out around the wing, down the line and in under the post for a third converted try. Millfield have a comfortable 21-0 lead here against Maisie Gwendraith. This is only their second Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens tournament in this in the Colts event, so not nearly the experience that Millfield have, and perhaps that experience showing here. Knock on there on the far side.
I think it's just the Millfield just have a little bit more power and a little bit more pace. The defensive shape is very good, but Millfield are just able to keep hold of the ball and keep hold of that ball retention. And as we see here, going to another set piece, you know, this is a really good opportunity for them to get back into it. It'll be interesting to see how they can test that Millfield defence now.
As it is, the Millfield scrum is a powerful one, and they win possession back. Possibly an overlap here for the winger if he can use the afterburners to get past that final Gwendraith defender, which he does. Try number 4. A conversion to come is a straightforward one.
It just shows good basic skills. It shows you don't have to complicate things in sevens. That's one of the great things about the sport, is how raw it is and how it puts your basic skills under pressure. And it's great to see just simple hands there from Millfield enabling them to score an easy try, almost unopposed. Good, coming from good work by the forwards at the scrum time.
It is often the basics which prove pivotal, isn't it?
Oh, massively. I think that's one of the great things about sevens, is it puts your basics under such a magnifying glass of pressure. And you know, young kids, they're passing there, making that accuracy of pass, chasing their hands through to the guy that they want to pass the ball to, the guy receiving having his hands up ready waiting for it. You know, it's great to see the young lads all being able to do that, and across the board we've seen a lot of it throughout the last 2 days so far, and long may it continue as the competition heightens towards the latter stages.
Absolutely. Maisie Gwendraith looking to break from deep here, and that's a good half break there from Harry McBride. As they look to spin it back right. A couple of steps inside and out. And I'm not sure which way to go, but they'll bring it back to this right-hand side. Big tackle, but the offload was good by Harry Jones. So the ball retention, the best we've seen so far from Gwendraith, although Harry Jones has taken a little while to get up. He looks fine. He's not hurt, but it was a big hit. I'm sure there'll be plenty more of them. Then the break in midfield is a good one by Thomas Rogers. And has he got the pace? A couple of big handoffs, a massive handoff, although the defender does brilliantly to make the second tackle there. And they win the possession back, and they'll break away. And the Gwendraith boys had pushed upfield, and a lovely step. The covering defence looked to have got back, but it was the step which did it. And another Millfield try there, Chris.
Uncharacteristic overchase in Millfield defence then, just opened up half a gap, but you know, the sweeper shuffled across nicely to make his one-on-one tackle, and also great work at the breakdown from the sweeper there to turn over possession. And that's how ruthless sevens can be. You think you're on the front foot, and quickly turns on its head and you're underneath your sticks, and unfortunately it's 35-0 at half time, which doesn't really do the game that much justice.
Having said that, a brilliant half break there from number 9 Thomas Rogers for Gwendraith, and a couple of big sit downs, as I believe you call them yesterday. The big handoffs didn't in the end work out, but it's good to see the ambition and some real power from that man there.
Well, that's what I was talking about. I think Gwendraith, like I say, you know, the scoreline ultimately flatters Millfield a little bit. Gwendraith have defended really, really well. They just haven't had that much possession, and that little bit of possession they had there, they didn't have the support that Millfield have got off the ball. You know, again, we go back to what we mentioned yesterday, teams working in their threes, and you didn't have the guy on his shoulder to clear that breakdown out immediately, and then to be able to move the ball again, move the ball to another point of contact to attack and put Millfield under more stress. And it was just an easy turnover, unfortunately, there for Millfield, and they've put Gwendraith 35 points to the good at half time.
And it's the possession which has done that. Gwendraith have had a couple of touches, but Millfield, every time they get the ball, look very dangerous. And moving forward in this tournament, possession obviously a key factor. But if you can be scoring most times, you put the ball through the hands. Most time you get some phases together, as Millfield have, then you're going to cause any team problems, aren't you?
Yeah, we saw it yesterday with their junior side, and I think we're seeing it with their Colts. Any opportunity, they're very ruthless, and they put teams under a lot of pressure in defence. And when they get the ball, they're ruthless in attack, and it goes down to the accuracy of their skill set, their passing, their defensive tackling, and their work rate at the breakdown. And as we see here, their defensive shape's fantastic. They've got good spacings between their defenders. They're not over-committing to the breakdown, and they're keeping their width in defence. One thing we picked up on yesterday in some of the junior teams is this kind of honeypot defence where you see all 7 men around the breakdown, and that is a cardinal sin in sevens. And Millfield looking well drilled and well disciplined here in defence.
We do win a penalty though, Gwendraith. Can they fashion an opportunity to get back into this game? Attacking from deep as they have to now. 35 points adrift. Lovely back of the hand pass though to keep possession going, although that offload was a bit unexpected. Hits the player in the face. Referee signals a knock on, and Millfield will have another attacking opportunity. Just outside the Gwendraith 22. This is the first Group H clash of the day. Millfield against Mesi Gwendraith. Next up, a Group K affair. Sedbergh against Cardiff High School. That's your next game. Group K clash coming up after this one. Knocked on though by the scrum half there. And Gwendraith another big handoff, although both sets of players showing the power and strength they have. Some big handoffs, but also some big hits to prevent any attacking opportunities for the men in purple. Looking to go from right to left now, put the ball through the hands and fashion an opportunity on this near side. And they may have an overlap here. Lovely dummy, but a great covering tackle again. And Chris, as good as this Millfield side look going forward, they look just as good, if not better, defensively, don't they?
Well, like we said, they look comfortable defensively here, and it's they're just having a nibble at that breakdown, and there you see it. Good pressure turns into a good turnover. They move the ball, keep the ball alive, and I hate to say it, but this will probably end in another score, and we'll see them nearing the 50-point mark once again.
And it does. Another Millfield score, their 6th of this match. And they are continuing the success that we saw from the junior and prep sides yesterday. As mentioned, we'll see the Millfield prep school side take on Felton Fleet. That's sure to be a cracker of a game at about midday in the quarter-final clash. Conversion less successful, but still a 40-point lead for Millfield. More than sufficient to see them home in this one. Game's kicking off around us left, right and centre. As mentioned yesterday, the scale of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens tournament is something to be admired. Around 7,500 boys and girls will take part this week. As mentioned, over 8,000 spectators expected to line the pitches. Over 650 teams all in all. Well gathered from the kick-off there from Gwendraith. Going right to left. Chris, I suppose for Gwendraith here it's about staying positive and trying to build a little bit of momentum at the end of this game to take into the rest of the pool stages, isn't it?
Well, I don't think we can take anything away from Gwendraith. They've looked, a decent outfit defensively. They were using the 7-up defensive shape, and in attack they've shown some good glimpses, especially that young lad Tom Rogers, who you mentioned with the deftly fend. One thing for me they'll need to work on is their support play and just making sure they're a bit working a bit harder off the ball to make sure they support, they pass, they follow, getting into the shoulder of the attacking player. I think had they had that, there might have been a couple of more scores for them, and that would have kept them in the game and made this a slightly narrower contest. But as you see here, you know, Millfield's defence just comes up and swarms everything, and there's some great work going in at the breakdown, and nobody's biting in, nobody's sort of trying to do too much. Every man seems to know his place in the defensive shape.
Oh, that would have been a lovely solo effort. He's done well to get straight back up. The gaps are starting to appear in the Millfield defence, and Gwendrath looking to capitalise on that. The referee suggesting the tackler didn't release the man.
I think it's a little bit of the referee starting to even it up. I think he might have had enough of just running one way.
We saw him fly early on that first try. He kept up with the man breaking away. He's going to have a lot of running to do across the day in the one hand, so allowing the ball to be released just when it looked like the men in purple might have an overlap though.
Intelligent player at the breakdown as well. You know, I can't quite make out the lad that did that work at the breakdown, but instead of just going for the man and making the tackle, he actually went for the ball and, you know, looked to strip the guy from the ball from the attacking player. And fantastic to see such a sort of skill being utilised at the right time.
Millfield player backing his pace and kicking upfield into the free space, but Harry McBride just about does enough to get back. Chris, one of your mottos yesterday, I can't remember who it was that you said it, but kicking is for karate apparently. We've not seen too much of it here.
Yeah, it is. You know, there's a time and a place for kicking, and for me that's the restart and going for points. I think, you know, there's a case in point of maybe a little bit of indecision creeping into the Millfield attack. Another opportunity for them to score a try, but they decided to kick it long and try and release pressure, and it's turned out well for them at the line out at the other end of the field. It doesn't often come off that way though.
Line out, well gathered by the Millfield boys. That's a lovely wraparound move there. Open up some space for the winger, but the ball goes to ground. The referee's bringing it back for a penalty advantage he was playing. Clearly a set play they've worked on there, Chris, from the line out.
Yeah, it's just a little wraparound. I think if that last pass had gone to hand, that would have been another score for Millfield there. It's good to see plays like that being brought in. They're all simple plays. You see them across the world at international standard and international level, and you know, good to see young lads implementing them here. And as we see there, just the Wellington forwards just Millfield forwards proving just a little bit too strong there and powering through for another try. But certainly good to see some set plays coming in from the Millfield lads. They'll need them later on in the contest.
I think you've got Wellingtons on the mind because there are a lot of people in their welly boots this morning. Bit of mud around the Richardson Evans pitches. That's full time here, so a converted try, the last act, and Millfield record a convincing victory here over Mezi Gwendrath. Remember, only their second tournament, the Welsh outfit, and they'll learn from this defeat and move on, I'm sure, to be much stronger as the pool stages continue. But for Millfield, it's starting, as I'm sure they mean to go on, in the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens tournament. Both sides leaving the pitch and will be momentarily replaced by Sedbergh and Cardiff High School. And as I'm sure you learnt from yesterday's live stream here, brought to you at courtesy of Serious Stuff, the games come thick and fast. So Sedbergh against Cardiff High School be underway in just a couple of minutes.
I think Rob's just bored.
If you're watching on the live stream and fancy getting in touch, voicing your views on any of yesterday's action or anything you're expecting to see today, perhaps you'll be down to play later in the week and are looking forward to being a part of the world's biggest school sevens tournament, you can get in touch via Twitter, the hashtag RPNS7sLive. Hashtag RPNS7sLive if you want to get in touch with your view and any of the talent on show across the week. And there is plenty of that. Yesterday we saw some absolute crackers. We'll be seeing some of those teams back again today on pitch RE1. But at the moment it's the Colt tournament which is kicking off.
Wow, that don't even look like a football kit.
So Chris, second game of the day in Group K now. Sedbergh against Cardiff High School. Sedbergh last year made it to the quarter-finals, so you'd expect that they are going to be a strong opposition today.
No, I think Sedbergh School have got another sort of rugby pedigree and background, and Cardiff High School I can't imagine are going to be too much of a slouch either, being a fantastic rugby nation that Wales is, and then stemming from the capital there. So I think we should be in for a very exciting encounter in Group K.
Sedbergh just finishing their team talk there. Cardiff High School ready to get the game underway. Ref blows his whistle and the game is underway. Gathered by the Sedbergh player, now look to break out of their 22 immediately. Good rush defence from Cardiff though. It's been overlapped, lovely missed pass placed, and it means that there's a man over here, big handoff, and now to use the speed to get away. Cardiff trying to break back in the defence, but there's some real gas on that man. It started with the missed pass, the handoff was important, and the speed again. That was a bit of everything in that try, Chris.
Yeah, fantastic. Just raw ability and power and pace to finish that score there, and it's good to see. That's one thing that's very encouraging that we've seen across the last 2 days at this tournament is young lads given an opportunity just to express themselves. And it's one thing that Sevens does so well is gives you an opportunity to give a bit of space, and young lad there just showing his power and his pace to get his right hand fend out, and off he scooted down the touchline.
It's a team game, but we've seen some special individual performances as well so far. Sedbergh will kick to Cardiff now, having scored the try. And Cardiff High School will look to get possession for the first time and try and make something of it. High into the air, but a short one, so it allows the Sedbergh players to run onto it. Knocked on though, so Cardiff get the possession and they try to take it from right to left. It back across the defensive line of Sedbergh. They're up so strong, and it means that Cardiff having to force it. They've done well there, and a powerful drive from that man, and then down the left touch line. Does go into touch, but a sign of intent there, and there was that powerful force of the Cardiff players showing that perhaps they'll look to go through the tackles rather than around them.
Yeah, I think it's credit also to Sedbergh's defence. They've pushed up hard, but Cardinal Sin in Sevens is running into touch there, and you've got to keep the ball in field, keep the ball alive. That's
what they've done there. But as Sedbergh look to recycle and make the most of a one-man overlap on the right, the referees judge the ball to have gone forward. And it will be a scrum down to Cardiff deep in their own territory. Chris, obviously a lot of the viewers perhaps watch a lot more 15-a-side than 7-a-side rugby, and that the scrums obviously a big difference between the two sports in 8-a-side. I mean, there's a lot of talk at the moment about the issues with the eight-man scrum in the 15-a-side game. In sevens, just the 3 men each, and it's a completely different kettle of fish really. But as you can see there, often for a side going forward, it can be still a great opportunity to put pressure on the defending side and keep them pinned back there.
Yeah, I think gone are the days where a 7 scrum used to just be a restart of the game, and the ball used to be chucked down the middle, and the side who had it putting in would win it. But you're looking there, and there's certainly an opportunity for teams to use it as an attacking threat as well as a defensive structure. So as we see Cardiff race up that touchline there, they've used that to good effect to give them a good platform, and it's good to see the young lads here all using attributes in different ways, shapes and forms, not just fantastic running and flowing rugby, but also being able to do the grunt up front.
It's a length of the field score for Cardiff. They get themselves on the scoreboards at this year's Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens tournament. Conversion drifts to the left of the posts, but they're right back in this at 7-5 in this Group K clash. Well, that first game, Chris, obviously Millfield did start to pull away. From what we can tell, though, this clash is going to go down to the wire. Both sides with ball in hand looking dangerous, and Cardiff have dragged themselves back into it with that score. Yeah,
we're getting a bit more of an arm wrestle here rather than the one-sided affair we had in the first game. But Sedbergh come from good rugby pedigree, and Cardiff looking to be no slouches either. So it's making for a bit more an exciting encounter for our viewers at home.
Indeed. As mentioned earlier, Sedbergh made it all the way to the quarter-finals of the Colts tournament last year. They were edged out in a close affair there, 12-7 to St Peter's from York. That's a lovely little move there, and it's opened the space up out wide, and now the man with the ball looking to use his pace, but the pass goes to ground, goes forward as well, I think. So Cardiff have an opportunity to counter here. Ball goes to ground but backwards, and the kick put in. There is some space there, and the man on the right wing, oh, it's unlucky, it's bounced backwards now. If he could have run onto that, might have been clear. Instead, Cardiff have gone back to the halfway line, but do still have possession. The Sedbergh defensive line staying strong and uniformed, looking for the half break through the middle. Very central this game now, all the players within about a 20-metre channel. Ball kept on the ground. Sedbergh trying to win it over at the breakdown, but have given away a penalty, and Cardiff have another opportunity here. One-on-one out on that left wing, and Cardiff man backs himself to go around the outside, decides better of it, but his teammate supports him, and now the ball's being brought back from left to right, and another kick over the top, Chris. We've seen quite a few of them so far today, and again, as you've mentioned, I mean, they are looking to get it in behind and for the man to run on, but both times Sedbergh have dealt with it pretty easily, and it can be quite difficult to make those work, can't it?
Well, I think there's 2 opportunities there for Cardiff. They've coughed up good possession and by kicking the ball away, and that's why we don't really like to see it on the sevens field. You don't have a long time to make sure that you get one over on the opposition team, so you need to have the ball in hand as long as possible, and unfortunately there Sedbergh is just coughing up ball twice. Not Sedbergh, sorry. Cardiff High School coughing up ball twice easily by kicking the ball away and not really challenging Sedbergh in their defence.
But it is Cardiff who've enjoyed the majority of the possession as this first half has worn on, but they'll know that they have to do something with that possession. Perhaps this is the opportunity. Good steps and a fend, and the offload though has gone forwards, and every time they look like they're fashioning an opportunity, chances wasted. And Chris, you've mentioned Sedbergh's rugby pedigree. Perhaps Cardiff needing to make the most of these opportunities, because you feel that Sedbergh, when they get their hands on the ball again, perhaps in the second half, will look to run in some tries. Cardiff have to make the most of this pressure while it's on.
I think from what we've seen from them so far, they seem to break down the Cardiff defence a lot easier than vice versa. So I think here we go again with the outside break from their outside centre, and I think he ran in their first score earlier on in the day and looking to be a threatening player for them. And it's just his one-on-one tackles being letting Sedbergh in, and I think they just have a little bit more pace than the Cardiff High School boys at the moment.
The dummy, the fend, it had it all again. In under the post should lead to a straightforward conversion. No conversion is straightforward as a drop goal, of course, in rugby sevens. But very well done. Makes it 14-5. That was the final act of the first half, and Cardiff will be disappointed to have conceded so late on in that half, but this game's certainly not over yet. Another glorious day here at the Richardson Evans pitches in southwest London for the second day of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens tournament. Chris Cracknell, you're here all week. You were busy as ever yesterday. Anything different on the cards for you today, or is it just taking in the event as always?
Well, I just think today we're lucky to have the tournament step up another level. We've had the prep schools and the junior schools yesterday were fantastic, and they've reached their final stages today, and we've got the Cup quarter-finals coming up from both those groups later on, and then also the Colts have now come in, as we're seeing in front of us, and it just shows the diversity of this sport and how fantastic this event is, that it encapsulates so many age levels and also both male and female sport. So it's fantastic to see so much going on, and the hive of activity that is going on in southwest London this morning, and as was all of yesterday. So hopefully we'll see some more thrilling rugby as we've seen over the last day and a half, and long may it continue as the tournament grows and the older ages come in at later stages of the week.
I'm sure we'll see plenty of that. You're looking forward as well. We've got both the junior and prep school finals finishing the day at the RE1 pitch here. The junior final set to kick off at about 4 o'clock, should I say, and the prep school final to follow that. You must be looking forward to seeing the top sides from both of those categories doing battle.
Yeah, yesterday was fantastic watching those games. I mean, for such young lads playing with such endeavour and freedom and really enjoying the game, and you could see there was a lot of pride and passion going into a lot of the rugby yesterday, and there's some tough encounters, and Orleans Park is certainly one that we saw yesterday and one to keep an eye out for in the junior competition and in the prep school competition. Felton Fleet seemed to really dog out a few tight affairs, and you could see them galvanise as a team as the day went on, and they're being expertly led by Tom Cheeseman there as their coach, and fantastic to see such great rugby going on.
Second half has kicked off here in the second game on RE1 pitch today, the Group K fixture between Sedbergh and Cardiff High School. Sedbergh leading 14-5 at the interval. Cardiff looking to fashion an opportunity to get back into the game, but have lost possession in their own half, always risky, and it's hacked on. Although Sedbergh, in their desperation to get onto the ball and go over for another score, have given away a penalty. Cardiff tapping and going from almost behind their own try line, showing the intent and the ambition which so many sides at this Sevens tournament have. Lovely step to get through, and then the pace. Last man tackles him well, but the offload is a good one or not. The referee judges it to have gone forward, and just as Cardiff were looking to break clear, the Sedbergh defence gets back, forces a mistake from the offload, but Cardiff aren't going to die wondering here, are they? That's a lot of intent to break from behind their own try line there, Chris.
Yeah, they've got to throw caution to the wind a little bit to catch up with Sedbergh here. They're only languishing 9 points behind, but those little errors that are just starting to slip in from maybe a little bit of pressure being put on them now to catch up to Sedbergh, and Sedbergh have the ball again. What a fantastic little show and go to go around the outside, and I think you're just starting to see the slight sort of difference in these two sides as the game goes on. There's the little show and go, and Sedbergh feeling like they've got nothing to lose and really can chance their arm and try those little one-off moves and the little one-off bits of individual brilliance and skills we've seen just there, getting the opportunity, and the confidence is growing in them. And Cardiff, on the flip side of that, the little offloads are all not going to hand at the moment, and they're just starting to look on a bit of a downward dip.
That was poetry in motion, a gorgeous show and go the dummy, and then carrying on outside. The conversion, I believe, was missed, so 19-5 the scoreline now to Sedbergh. I suppose what's fantastic about a tournament like this is it is a platform for players you know, you want to do well at this tournament, you want to go as far as you can. It's very prestigious and it is a team game, but it is a platform for players, as we just saw there, to try out those little moves, and teams to try out those things that I'm sure they've practiced plenty of times in training, but ultimately it worked to perfection there, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, often you see those things, they don't come off, and you know, it's a case of try again, because with opportunities like that it will come off. And it's great that, you know, the platform is set here for children of all ages through 13 through to 18 to get that opportunity to express their brilliance, and that certainly was a brilliant piece of individual skill there. So it's long may it continue, and it's great to see kids trying that.
Penalty given away as Cardiff try to break back into this game, but Sedbergh, as we thought may happen in the first half, once they get their hands on the ball again, will start to cause some problems, and they have done here, and they're looking to continue that. Again, the dummy, the running lines are fantastic, and it's opening up space, this time on the right hand touchline. Cardiff do well to cover back, but Sedbergh just changed their point of attack, and pass behind the back, it just opens a gap, and Sedbergh really starting to run in some classy scores now. Again, another one.
It's something we haven't actually seen a lot of over the last sort of day and a half from some of these schools, but as you see, the skill level will go up and the ability and the players will go up, because the experience is growing more at the ages as they go through these players. But something that Sedbergh are implementing here is the little wraparounds and the change in the point of attack. Some teams have just kept the ball alive and trusted their gas men on the outside, and Sedbergh are just boxing a little bit clever, a little bit differently here, with some wraparound plays, and they're shifting the point of attack by luring the defence into one area and then quickly moving the ball to another area just by a simple play such as a wraparound. And it's good to see that they're being coached that style of rugby, because it certainly means it's, you know, more than one way to skin a cat. And as the tournament continues and they play against tougher opposition than Cardiff High School are proving to be, then, you know, things like that will be key, because they'll have to be able to break teams down in other ways.
I suppose that's it, isn't it? At a tournament like this, as the age groups get older, as the days go along, inevitably the skill level will raise to an extent, because as you mentioned, players have more playing experience, have played more games together, perhaps as a team, have spent longer together, so those moves just stick a bit more, and that's an exciting prospect for us here watching, I suppose, isn't it, to see that skill level just increase and increase and increase.
I think we've seen a fantastic skill level over the last day and a half anyway, I think,
yeah,
to be honest with you. But as you're certainly right, as it continues, and as these, you know, as the lads get older and the girls get older in the competition, we will see the skill level go up and teams try different things, because the defences will get better inevitably as well. And as the competition goes on and the competition gets tougher, teams will have to start trancing their arm and different things. And, you know, unfortunately for the Sedbergh lads, they're just another move that they're trying to implement didn't come off, and skill set letting them down. So there will be times when that happens, and, you know, peaks and troughs for these teams, but that's where they've got to come out and fight again and keep continuing to try these things, because they do come off, and it's about them getting the experience and trying to continually build and not get downbeat by things not coming off first time round.
Sedbergh then with a few moments of this game left, looking to stretch their lead, and they will do. There's some real gas on that man. He's scored a couple of tries already, we believe, today. That one, another one, showing his pace. Plenty of good luck messages coming in on Twitter from schools supporting their boys and girls coming out of the tournament this week. Blundell School have tweeted, "Good luck to Blundell School Rugby, to the teams playing at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens this week." As the conversion is made. Not long left in this game, but Sedbergh have a decent lead. Cardiff have created some really good opportunities, especially in that first half, looked very strong, but the referee has blown his whistle and brought to an end a convincing victory for Sedbergh. They made the quarter-finals of last year's Colts tournament, and who would bet against them going that far, perhaps further again after that display. It was tight, 14-5 at half-time. And Cardiff, as we mentioned, looked very dangerous, but ultimately Sedbergh's class in the second half was just too much for the boys from Wales. They showed a lot of promise and will certainly cause some problems in Group K, but it is Sedbergh who march on to the next pool game with a victory under their belt. And as we expected, the level of rugby continued from yesterday already here at the Richardson Evans pitches. A couple of minutes break now between this and the third game of the day on this central pitch, the Group N clash between Denstone College and St Columba's College. Denstone from Staffordshire and St Columba's from Hertfordshire. And both sides will be hoping to get off to the perfect start this week. Denstone just taking to the field here from the left-hand side of the pitch, from behind the posts. As the cloud comes over a little bit. There's a little bit of rain in the night, which did make the ground a little bit slippy underfoot, but the sun has dried that out now, and that should surely lead to some more running, attacking rugby, as we've already seen in the first couple of games today.
If you're on site, please go straight to pitch RE5.
I'm sure there'll be more of it in a couple of moments. Denstone against St Columba's. Chris, we can see just across the pitch from us the HSBC tent. I believe you spent a little time over there yesterday. Will you be making a return later today?
Yeah, I'll be down there again at 1:20 doing a Q&A and handing out some prizes. So if anybody's listening and coming down later on, make sure you pop in and say hello. Yeah, it's fantastic to have the support of HSBC, such a well-recognised brand that they are, and it just goes to show how much impetus that they're putting into rugby, and rugby sevens in particular. They've sponsored the World Series and they've sponsored this event now for the last few years, and it's fantastic to have their support throughout the duration of the week. And it's great that they put the village on down there for guys to go and test themselves on the challenges that they've got as well in between games.
You fancy going down there later and having a go yourself, seeing how you can rank against some of the boys and girls here on show?
I don't want to embarrass myself too much, so I'll just stick to passing an opinion and casting an eye, I think, for now.
Denstone then will be kicking off this game from left to right as we look at it, in the maroon and white shirts, up against St Columba's College from Hertfordshire in black. The opening score of this game, the Group N clash, and it's Denstone who've applied the early pressure and are awarded for it with a try in the right-hand corner. The ball retention impressive there. Getting off to the perfect start. Conversion attempt, not a bad one at all, but just short. And now we're going to head over to an interview with the winning coach from the previous match.
Here is Simon, coach of Sebbrook School, after a 33-5 victory in the start of the Colts tournament for them over Cardiff High School. Your thoughts on that opening contest?
Yeah, pleased with it actually. You never know really about the first game up in a tournament like this. It can be one that you can easily slip up on. So really pleased with that, boys. Good performance first up.
How important is the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens to the development of rugby at your school and in the country?
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, we've got a great relationship with this tournament. We've been lucky enough to win here in the past, and the school's got a great infatuation with it. Whenever we come down here, we come to almost win it and perform to the best of our ability. And for our boys, our players, this is everything, this tournament. So it's a great event.
And your thoughts for the rest of the tournament for your team?
Oh, look, I think we'll just take one game at a time. I think we've got a couple of hard group games coming up, so we'll focus on them. And it's so difficult to get out of your group here, so our main focus basically is on that. If we get out, fantastic. We'll look beyond that when that time comes.
Excellent. Wish you luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cheers.
Denstone on the attack again here, shifting the play right to left, and in the end they just have too many numbers out wide for St Columbus to deal with, and it's a second score of the game for the side from Staffordshire.
It's a good score there from Denstone. They punched out the middle nicely and then realised when the defence had come across that there was space on the outside, and they're just two shrewd passes out to the winger who went round in the corner there. Good to see different styles of attack, as we will over the course of the week, but nice diversity there from Denstone School, being able to punch out the middle and then move the ball into space out wide.
Simple but very, very, very effective, and the conversion was a good one as well, so Denstone lead 12-0. A Group N clash. A couple of substitutes being made from both sides, I believe.
Good job, it ain't a veterans game.
Kick-off will be taken. Denstone have previous in this tournament, a bit of experience, and last year they finished second in the pool behind Whitgift. Well, Chris, we saw Whitgift yesterday. They were one of the sides who ran in a lot of impressive tries in the junior tournament, but it was the Colts side who just edged out Denstone in the pool last year. Two quality sides, and Denstone showing that they've got a decent chance of qualifying for the knockout stages early on here. Some impressive play, and they've not really let St Columbus get into it yet, have they?
No, not yet. They've had the lion's share of possession, so to speak, and the defence seems to be putting a lot of pressure on. You mentioned Whitgift yesterday, and their junior side was certainly very impressive going through the rounds yesterday. So I think there's a few sort of higher seeding teams maybe coming to the fore already, even though it's early on in the competition. But you can certainly start to eke out the schools that have got a bit more of a rugby background, so to speak. But the fantastic thing about this competition is that it gives all schools an opportunity to come and play in this competition, regardless of whether you are a rugby school, a football school, or a non-sporting school. It's just a fantastic opportunity for all to come and play.
Yeah, over 650 teams playing from the UK and also from around the world. Indeed, we've got Angels International College from Pakistan coming up later here on this very pitch. They've got a Group I clash with Epant School, so something to look forward to there. But that is what is brilliant about the tournament, isn't it? It's for so many of these guys and girls, they're coming up against teams that they have never played before, and that's what the experience is about. You know, you may often play the same sides as a school, but here you'll play teams from all over the UK and indeed from abroad as well.
That's the fantastic thing about Sevens being such an international game, and that's why it's gone to the Olympics, and there'll be a lot of talk about the Olympics over the next couple of days, I'm sure, and in the next couple of months even, as the World Cup draws closer, and after that the next big sporting calendar event for rugby will be the Olympics. And it's fantastic about tournaments like this that have grown and grown and grown over the years, being in its 76th year now, but the international element that's come into it, and it shows how Rugby Sevens touches all corners of the globe, and it's fantastic to see so many people here enjoying the great game.
Denstone enjoying their day so far. A couple of early tries has put them 12-0 to the good. That's a huge fend The tackler looking frustrated, but that was powerful.
Well, that's great to see. That's good to see the balance of rugby sevens and what it shows. We talked about the sort of depth of hand there, and then the bit of power, and it had everything, that try. It was fantastic. The wraparound, the work rate off the ball as well, and then just the realisation. All right, what do I do in this point of contact? All right, boom, I'm going to smash over the guy and run through him. So, and the ability to do that and the ability to use that skill set at the right time as well is fantastic to see from lads at such a young age.
Something else fantastic to see. I mean, it would have taken a big hit to stop him from there, some brute power as he broke through, but the tackler looked frustrated to have not made the tackle, despite the fact that it would have been an impressive one to make. He'd got a head of steam up and blew through him, and yet the tackler didn't accept that was the case. He looked frustrated, and that shows, despite St Columba's yet to get on the scoreboard, it showed that they have real intent and belief in themselves in this tournament.
I just think he obviously doesn't want to let his teammates down, and that just goes to show, and it's a credit to this tournament, how much people want to go through to the latter stages of it, and it's good to see that competitive edge. I think he can channel that frustration into the next part of his game, and that's the best way to channel it at such a young age. Is yes, show your frustration and channel it the right way to make sure that you're doing the right thing to help your team out later on in the tournament and later on in the game.
Quick half-time team talk for both sides. They'll be back into action very, very soon. A couple of games going on around us to the left on the RE2 pitch and all across the vast expanse that is the Richardson Evans pitches here.
Well, we are only seeing a third of what's going on. There are 3 fields occupied with the game of rugby sevens at the moment, and currently in front of us we have RE1 and RE2, but there's pitches as far as the eye can see around here, and it's fantastic to see so much rugby going on in so many levels as well, and the hive of activity, and so many parents that have taken time off work to come and watch their kids play. So it's fantastic to see, and I'm sure the week's going to get bigger and bigger, and the day will get bigger and bigger as everything continues throughout the week.
Scale is phenomenal, isn't it? You just couldn't quite comprehend when I arrived the weekend before the tournament kicked off, and having a look round, and it just blew me away. And as you mentioned, we can only see a part of that. The scale of this, I mean, it is commonly known as the world's biggest school sevens tournament, and a lot has to be said about the organisation, and as well as the quality of rugby on show. Just all the effort that goes into putting an event on like this is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, well, Dom Shabu's taken over the reign of this competition over the last few years, and what he's tried to do is he's tried to build the tournament so that the young players get as much from it as humanly possible, and so they want to come back and they want to continue to play the game of rugby sevens, and he's been aided in that by the likes of Serious Stuff and HSBC that have come on board to help him with this sponsorship, to be able to grow the tournament, to make sure that the kids really get everything they can from this tournament. They get everything from the experience of playing such a fantastic game and such a fantastic week down here in South West London.
St Columba's to kick off then from left to right, wearing the black shirts with the red trim, and they will know that they need to score early on in this second half if they are to fashion a response to a powerful first half display from Denstone. Some lovely running rugby, but also some brute force, certainly for the third of the tries, and a bit more there with the handoff and then the pace. The offload was beautiful, the support line's fantastic, nobody with him there. So that was a very ambitious offload there, doesn't quite come off.
Yeah, the sublime and the ridiculous. I think they were going to eventually go through to score anyway here, but it's just goes to show they got a little bit lazy and a little bit away from ball there. The original support line fantastic on the shoulder, and it just needed someone else on the shoulder again to continue that play. And luck of the bounce of the ball in the direction of pass going backwards meant that it kept the ball alive. And you got to take your hats off to Denstone College there to not give up and not think, oh, the ball's gone to ground, so we should give up. So they kept playing, and they kept playing through to the whistle, and that just goes to show all youngsters out there watching and the youngsters partaking over the week that you never stop until the referee blows his whistle.
Conversion a good one, stretches the lead to 26-0. Can never fault the ambition of any of the teams on show here today, and Denstone's ambition there rewarded. Regather the kick brilliantly, but it didn't go
10,
the distance.
But that was a fantastic leap up and fend back from the Denstone player there. So it's good to see them implementing different forms of attack at the restart and really trying to regain that possession.
I was joined in the commentary studio for a little while yesterday by Warren Abrahams, the Harlequins academy coach, and he was suggesting that rugby sevens these days, the kick-off and the restart is seen as an attacking opportunity. Would you agree with that?
It has, and it stemmed from sevens as well. I think a lot of 15s teams are trying to get the ball back at restart time, whereas before it used to be a foregone conclusion. You kick it to the opposition and you wait for them to kick the ball out and you go for the restart at the line out. But I think a lot has been taken from sevens, and it probably doesn't get the credit that it deserves from the Premiership and the 15s side of things. That rugby sevens has really shown where you can try and attack teams at the restart and regain the ball. And I know that Harlequins themselves implemented it with the newly retired Hugo Monnier used to chase after the restarts, and it was fantastic to see them try and bring it into the game as we see a tide changing in this game with St Columbia's College going through to score there.
Indeed, perhaps the comeback's on. It'll be a difficult conversion from out wide on the left, but good ball retention, as we say so much in rugby sevens. You can go through the phases, sooner or later a gap will appear, and it did there, but it is a touchline conversion. Let's see how we can get on. Great contact. Oh, that just short, but a commendable effort. It's the score 26-5. Chris, you just mentioned Hugo Monnier there, announced his retirement yesterday. Harlequins England and Lions player, and also one of the many alumni from the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens tournament. So just another of the long roll call of players who've come through this tournament.
You could go back as far as the great Gareth Edwards that came through his tournaments, and then come to more recent times of Jonathan Joseph not too many years ago, hot stepping around here. So Hugo's a fantastic player for Quins, and certainly for Lord Wandsworth College when he was there. And it's a great shame that he's had to retire, but what a fantastic career he has, and we wish him all the best moving forward into his career with BT Sport post the end of the season. He's certainly got a lot to do with Harlequins for the rest of the year, and I'm sure he'll be chomping at the bit to get out there in a Harlequins jersey come this weekend.
Absolutely. Fantastic servant of the game, a quality player, and as we mentioned, one of the many players to have come through the Rosslyn Park tournament. St Columba's have really turned the tide in the last few moments. That try perhaps giving them some confidence that they've got an overlap here. Can the winger make it? Oh, bit of a high tackle. Well, the referee, you'd have thought, would have allowed the play to go on to see if the try could have been scored. Instead, just blows up straight away for the penalty. Desperate tackles there, and St Columbus in the last few moments looking really dangerous now, and the thrown pass almost intercepted. The knock on though as Denstone looked to break away, but 26-0 down. They have come right back. Still need a few tries, Chris, but in terms of the ambition and the belief shown by St Columbus, it's fantastic, isn't it?
Oh, it's great to see them not give up, and it certainly was a hell of a high tackle there. I think his mum would have been happy if he'd hung his washing out on that high, on that much of a hanger. So it's good to see St Columbia's College still sticking at it and giving it their best shot. But I do feel that Denstone will eventually run away with this game. Almost
through, a couple of handoffs, and then a brilliant tackle around the ankles stopped the 13 from going all the way through. But the ball retention once again impressive from St Columbus. It is turned over from Denstone, and that period of pressure finally over. The kick across field has worked. He stays in field, but no, he doesn't. Slipped at his foot, just nudging into touch there. Not a bad attempt at all, though, to break away. And Denstone will be pleased that they've ridden out that period of pressure, only conceding one try. The defence was admirable. St Columba's camped on the Denstone try line for a couple of minutes there, but they didn't let them through. Brilliant defensive work. No, it really galvanises you as a team. The defensive effort there was outstanding from the young lads, and good to see them turn over the line out almost there again as well. So let's see what they've got again in defence here, and let's see if St Columbia's College can break them down once more. They'll certainly give it a go. And a bit of a gap has formed. There's some big power runners in this St Columbus side, finding the gaps. It's just picking out that killer pass that will set a runner free. But it doesn't need a pass when you've got a step like that. The 10 a little bit stranded here, looking for support. Might try and go himself. He's weaving this way and that. And he does brilliantly well.
And that is fantastic running, fantastic individual score. You know, Denston, just their defence slipping off a little bit there and not finding its straps and getting connected in defence, and it's fantastic to see such mazy running rugby. And that's another thing that, you know, Sevens gives these young lads is an opportunity to express themselves, and we've mentioned it once or twice today already, but you know, individual brilliance such as that is really fantastic to see. It's about how the rest of the team now rallies around to support them as they go on to the next group game in their pool.
Full-time whistle then. Denston with the win, but St Columbus really built some momentum late on there, and that'll certainly serve them well as the Group N campaign continues. Fantastic score, brilliant. It looked as if he was going to need support going through there, the number 10 at the end for that final try for St Columbus. Weaves this way and that, and the footwork eventually proved enough, but Denston have the win, and they'll continue on in this tournament in the pool stages with that first success under the belt. The Colts tournament continues here on the RE1 pitch in a second. It's Prior Park against Graveney School. In just a few moments' time. Both sides taking to the field then here at the RE1 pitch. Decent set of supporters there in the HSBC stands on the far side of this pitch. As we mentioned, the crowd so far today really starting to build up, and they'll be hoping for another good game here. Prior Park from Bath in the sky and navy blue jerseys will take on Graveney School, playing from left to right in the pink and black hooped shirts. Looks like it's going to be Graveney to kick off. A side making their first appearance at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens tournament. Referee blows his whistle and the game is underway. They come thick and fast here. And Prior Park gather in their own half and look to start an attack immediately, shifting the ball in and then out again, and then back to this near side. Lovely missed pass, does bounce but well gathered. There's no avenues there. They look a little bit lost, Prior Park, not sure to do, shifting it out wide and then back inside. Perhaps an overlap here. Well tackled, but then missed. And while the action continues here and Prior Park try to break out, we're going to go to an interview with a successful coach from the previous game.
Your thoughts on that opening fixture for your team?
I think we did enough to win. I think that it's always tough when it's your first game, having not been before, for the boys to play on the main pitch with the music and everything else that's going on around. But yeah, it'd be much tougher challenges ahead, I think.
How important is the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens to the development of rugby at your school and the game in the UK?
Big question. I think that our school is the pinnacle of what we do. I mean, it's everything that we build towards through the 7th season. We only bring 16s and 18s, but we're hoping to bring girls next year, so that's a real big thing. I think that the HSBC 7s is changing over time from when I played in it and when I first came as a teacher. But yeah, I mean, it's the pinnacle and what everyone builds towards. So yeah, it's very important.
And your thoughts for your team in the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Our under-16s have never got through to the second day. Our under-18s have had some quite big success in the past, last year getting the semi-final. But for the 16s, if we can do well in our group, and then we've got some the group next to us is really tough. So yeah, so get through the second day and then see where we end up.
Good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Graveney then have just taken the lead here. In this clash in Group J. It's a surprise it's taken this long, to be honest. Both sides playing some lovely flowing rugby, but the defences have got back at the last moment in a few attacks. Finally though, Graveney down that far side have done brilliantly to break clear. The conversion attempt is a good one. It's a fantastic one, in fact. Right out on that far touchline, struck it perfectly, and a brilliant conversion. And we've seen so many tight games so far this week, Chris, that a difficult conversion like that could prove pivotal.
Yeah, when you end up, 1 or 2 points down to a side, it does prove crucial to make sure you get the restarts, and that's something we mentioned yesterday, is trying to score underneath the post as much as possible. So any young budding rugby players out there watching, the closer you get to the rugby players, makes it a lot easier. And the guy taking the kicks will probably be a lot more thankful, which will make him look good as well.
Absolutely. Prior Park did look to come clear. The ball has been turned over, and as Graveney attack, they win a penalty now. They tap and go quickly, shifting from left to right. The Prior Park defence gets back really well, snaffles the ball up perhaps, but the referee suggesting the defence weren't 10, and this surely will be the next try. The defence getting back well again, but they've got men over to the left now. Can they shift it to the winger? They can, and he dives in at the corner. It's going to be another difficult conversion, but they won't mind at all. A lovely score. Prior Park did well to defend the first tap penalty, but second time round the defence just a little bit short on that far side. And the man in the green boots, who struck a beauty of a conversion just a few moments ago, has got another opportunity. Graveney have started with real intent here. Not quite got the legs this time. 12-0 to Graveney is a pretty good start in this Group J clash. Prior Park receiving from kick-off. Now look to start an attack. Haven't been down into Graveney territory for a few minutes. Lovely behind the back pass. Didn't even look. It was very skillful, but I don't think his supporting man really knew what was going on, so the ball lost forward. And despite all the intent in the world, it comes to naught, and Graveney will have an attacking platform from this scrum as the sun comes out from behind the clouds again and bathes the Richardson Evans fields in bright light, and also drying out the pitches perfectly. We've seen some running rugby so far, and the weather is making sure that will be the case as the days go along here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens tournament. Turnover there for Prior Park, and perhaps they can use the elements of surprise to their advantage, shifting it back to this near side and perhaps with a man over. Little step and allows the winger to break free. He's got a lot of pace to burn, and it looks like he'll get all the way. The defence covering back brilliantly though. It's 21 who gets across. Tackler though lying over the ball, slowing the ball down, so the referee plays advantage, and Prior need to make the most of this, and they have got men over. The pass a little bit looped and over the supporting man's head. Retain possession still though. Now shift it back to this side now. And the scrum cap does throw the missed pass. Well gathered though And he's going to back himself to get for the corner. The defensive tackle, though, is fantastic, and the penalty will be given, though, for the advantage that had previously been awarded. Both sides showing real intent. The tap penalty knocked backwards, but then forwards. And that is a frustrating moment as Pryor Park look to get back into this game. It was an attacking platform they'll have relished. Simple error, though. And Graveney get away with the scrum. Side in front looking to stretch their lead even from deep within their own territory. The ambition is good, but as they start to break out of the 22, the knock-on is there. The defender apparently not the attacker not held, so it allowed him to get back up, but actually it could work for Graveney in the end, because as the Pryor Park men pushed up to support and the ball was lost forward, Graveney had men on the left, and it's given to the speedy winger to run in a third try of the match. And the side making their first appearance at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens tournament, taking a commanding lead now. Conversion made, so 19-0 at the break. And the side in pink and black will be pleased with what they've produced so far. They've been under a lot of pressure a couple of times prior, breaking down this near side. Looks certain to score, but the defence, commendable.
Okay, could a representative from the team playing at 11:40 please report to the referee control? That's a representative please from Hampton and King's School, Macclesfield, Cabot Learning Federation.
Second half just about to get back underway here.
And St John's Leatherhead, Cardiff High School and Haileybury College, Cheltenham College and Eltham College, and Dubai College and Berkhamsted. That's the representatives from those teams, please meet their referees.
Be a line out on the far side to Graveney, who lead at the moment. It's well worked and allows them to come out of their 22, and perhaps even better, lovely pace shown there, and it only took one hand off. The gap was big enough. The defender giving everything to get back, but he won't have the pace to catch the man in the green boots. One of several actually on the pitch, because now another man with green footwear is going to line up a conversion to stretch the lead even further. He'll take it from behind the posts, as so many players have chosen to do this week, and scores it. 26-0 now to Graveney, and they look set to start their Group J campaign with a win. didn't go 10 there, so Prior Park will have an opportunity to attack for themselves from the halfway line. Lining up men on the right, so that is clearly the plan. A case of shifting it through the hands. Good wrap around there from the scrum half, and he gives it out to the wing with the missed pass, which is impressive. Then inside, but check that out for a tackle. 26-0 lead, being well defended by Gravney. They do not want to concede a try, though they might hear men over. But a penalty is given, just as it looked like they might break clear and get a try for themselves. Prior Park infringe illegally. And Gravney now looking to stretch the lead, even from deep within their own half. The pace on show is fantastic, the step is pretty good as well, and the defenders done brilliantly well actually to get back there. The ball looked to have gone forward, referee hasn't seen it, it's hacked through on the floor though, and Prior Park dive on it, and the referee blows his whistle. Defender doing fantastically well to get back there. In fact, it's a penalty, so they'll be pleased that they have an opportunity here to try something. It hasn't all been going their way, Prior Park. And in fact, the referee has decided it's a scrum down, and they won't get possession. It is Gravney who have it. They're looking to cross the whitewash once again, although it's static in midfield. The interception's made, but the player can't hold on to it. And now another opportunity on the overlap as the pace there. The defender gets back well, a tap tackle slowed him, and then a powerful drive into the floor by the man on the cover. And the referee, though, suggesting the defender didn't release, so despite the hard work, it still allows Gravney to have another shot. Now look to shift the ball slowly, and then the dummy sold, two defenders getting in fantastically well. And the defence from Prior Park hasn't stopped all morning, and they might benefit from it here, pushing up and forcing the mistake, but the referee is taking it back for an advantage he had previously been giving, and it will allow Gravney to take a breather and try and stretch the lead even further. Every point can make the difference, such is the nature of this competition here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens Tournament, and they'll be disappointed to have wasted that opportunity. And Prior Park looking to capitalise out here on the right wing, shifting it back though, and look how quickly the Gravney defensive line gets back into position, not leaving any gaps for a half break through the middle, although he does try there, the Prior Park attacker. The ball looked to have gone forward on the floor. Referee hasn't seen it, and that could work now for the side in blue. Does the man have the pace? Sells it back inside, but the momentum disappears, and it's still a 3-on-2 here, but they might Gravney use the touchline as a defender, which they do. Brilliantly so, in fact. Forcing Prior Park into touch. And they may have already wrapped this game up with their earlier tries, but they're not willing to concede at all here if this determination is anything to go by. And it is that sort of determination as both sides, as Prior Park make a substitution, it's that side of determination that can prove crucial in a tournament as competitive as this. Lovely lift, and that allows Gravney to start an attack. Referee playing advantage for offside, so that knock-on won't make a difference, and indeed will give Gravney even more possession. They rode a storm out, so it was Prior Park for a couple of moments had some real opportunities, but overall, as Gravney make a couple of changes, and substitution so important at a tournament like this. It's a long day or couple of days of rugby, and as Chris Cracknell has said so often yesterday and this morning, fitness in rugby sevens is crucial. It's an intense non-stop game, so being able to rest your legs for a few moments and giving some other guys the opportunity to get their eye in at the start of the day is crucial. A knock-on in midfield. Quite a few handling errors actually in this game. Slightly less fluid at times, although there have been some brilliant breaks nonetheless, and some real quality on show. Next up here on the RE1 pitch, it's the Group M clash. Hampton against King's School Macclesfield, and following that what is set to be a cracker. It's the quarter-final clash between Felton Fleet and Millfield in the prep school competition. So make sure, stay tuned for that here on our live stream, courtesy of Serious Stuff. And Graveney picked the ball up in midfield, and perhaps now the pace might do him, but slipping on what is still a damp surface. The ball goes forward, and Pride Park looking to restore some pride late on with a score here. But as we've said all afternoon, all morning, should I say, the defences, the willingness of the defences to get back, outstanding, and it means that Pride Park are having to force a little, although a nice little inside ball allowing an overlap, cutting back in field now, this young man, and he's burnt through the defence. A lot of speed there. And finally the Graveney defence is broken. Too little too late for Pride Park, but it'll give them some momentum going forward and a lot of self-belief as well. It is the final act of the game, so a convincing win for Graveney. But that was a wonderful solo score out of nothing really. The momentum had disappeared in midfield, but he spotted a half gap, backed his pace, and so often is the case in this tournament, it's about backing your abilities. It was good for Pride Park. Ultimately though, Graveney with the win to kick off their Group J campaign. Their first appearance, let's not forget, at this RBS HSBC National School Sevens tournament, and a good win. So it's Hampton against King's School Macclesfield now. The players already on the pitch. The game's really on non-stop here. So Hampton just wandering onto the field there from the top left corner, walking past the victorious Graveney side. They'll be playing in black and gold, and King's School Macclesfield in the blue and white hoops. And a recognisable figure on the field there in the middle, the man in green, the referee Wayne Barnes, a of course famous Premiership and international referee, coming down for the day. Fantastic to see him showing his support for the tournament, and he'll be refereeing this game, Pool M clash between Hampton and King's School Macclesfield. It's King's School who will get the game underway, playing from left to right, a long punt upfield, well gathered by Hampton, covering back, shifting the ball from right to left, and now back the other way. A couple of dummies shown, and the overlap is certainly on here. There is one King's School defender out wide, but he's not going to come into it, and the player chasing back isn't either. Brilliant breakaway there from deep inside their own 22, and he's going to go in under the posts for an impressive score. Touches down casually. Wayne Barnes awards the try. Conversion to come then from the try scorer through the posts, and now the head coach from the victorious Graveney side.
Here with Sasha, coach of Graveney School, after a 24-7 victory over Pride Park. Your thoughts on that match for your team?
Yeah, it was tough coming off the back of a loss in the first game. We wanted to get everyone on, so it was just a nice opportunity to stretch their legs and score a few tries.
How important is the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens to your school's rugby development?
It's the first time we've ever done it. It's the first time we've been here, so it's been really good to kind of work towards this as a pinnacle. The boys have known about it kind of growing up, but we missed doing it at under 13s because it only just started playing. So it was really nice to kind of have this as a focal point, something for them to do just before their GCSEs. And it's probably the last time that over half the team are going to play for us, because they're moving on to other sixth forms to play more rugby there. So.
Played two, won one, lost one. Your thoughts for your team going forward?
Well, we've only got one game remaining now because there was a team pull out. So yeah, it's mainly just getting everybody to get on the pitch. They all want to play. We want to rotate everybody and just make sure that they enjoy the day. So hopefully it's a game where they can again develop a bit of confidence and move forwards.
Good luck for the remaining match of the tournament.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was the head coach from Graveney. After a big success against Pryor Park in their opening game, Hampton have stretched their lead with a second try. As the interview finished, and King's School with a bit of work to do here. Hampton in possession again, putting the pressure on. King's School really challenging at the breakdown, but Hampton doing well to retain possession. Wayne Barnes, the referee, playing the advantage. And they'll try and make the most of it here, Hampton. A step this way and that. They made the round of 32 in the Colts tournament in 2011, and another speedy break. Just a tiny gap in the King's School defence. Nothing major, but that was enough for the score. And Hampton really putting down a marker early on here. That score from Oliver Lack. And King's School are going to have to react pretty quickly here if they are to get something from this match. Hampton have started at a real rate of knots. Ball doesn't go 10, then bounces. Wayne Barnes says play on. And King's School have some possession. They haven't seen much of the ball in this half, but they'll look to bring it out wide. Tom Higginson shifts it, and then it's inside with Tim Phillips. A couple of dummies shown. The Hampton defence, though, incessant, and a brilliant tackle there from Jamie Lashley, forcing a couple of mistakes, and King's School right back deep into their 22. Not panicking yet, though. Good couple of steps there. Brilliant step from Mike Abrahams. And as he got men in support, he does give it. And this could well be a breakaway, but the Hampton defence pacey to get back. Lovely step, though. Look at the defender getting back. Is he going to get there? He taps him, but it's too late. King's School in under the posts. And they have struck right back here. Hampton started strongly, but that is the perfect riposte from the side from Macclesfield. They themselves have, previous in this tournament, made the round of 16 just last year, where they lost 26-17 to Eton College, so they certainly know how to get results in this tournament, and they'll be hoping they can drag themselves back into this game. Well, Macclesfield thought they might have got themselves back into it at 21-7 with the score, but Hampton breaking through again, and that is set to become 28-7, you would think. Nonchalant run through there from the Hampton man in under the posts, and should be 28-7 now to Hampton, assuming the conversion goes over. Hopefully not the commentator's curse. Thank God for that. Would have been awkward. So Hampton responding to Macclesfield's response. It's 28-7 now. I'm joined again by Chris Cracknell in the commentary studio. Chris, Wayne Barnes there out in the middle, the international and premiership referee, and good to see a name such as himself supporting this tournament.
It's fantastic. I think Wayne comes from a long distinguished line of experience on the refereeing park, and it's great to have him down at the event today and showing his class as a referee and helping out as well, and it shows the respect that all levels have for this competition, because having a guy like him come down here to referee is certainly no mean feat to get him down, so it shows the draw that this competition has to have a guy of his pedigree coming down.
And he's having to award quite a few tries here, because Hampton have run in their fifth of the match.
It's good to see him run about a bit rather than just stand in the middle and calling things. So it's probably a bit of a shock for him. I remember Wayne many years ago, and probably showing my age, is when he was back on the 7 circuit in 2007, 2006, and he certainly times have changed for him and for myself in the terms of professional rugby then. And I remember back in those days it would be a quick shoot down Wild Waddy and a few beers down in in the lower parts of Dubai, and here he is now still keeping himself in with the game of sevens and having a run around on a Tuesday afternoon officiating on this. So it just goes to show that you know, rugby is able to bring you full circle from where you're starting here, but also referees starting at a young age. He was a young age back then, and he's still coming down to this fantastic competition.
Currently half-time then here in this Group M clash. As we mentioned, Wayne Barnes refereeing Hampton against King's School, and Hampton looking really dangerous early on in this tournament. They finished second in their pool last year, so weren't quite able to make it to the knockout stages. But from this early display, it would be hard to bet against them going further this year. King's School, Macclesfield themselves look a very decent outfit. Scored a brilliant try of their own, but it's been incessant from Hampton. Every time they've got the ball, they've found space, a lot of pace, and some brilliant midfield breaks as well. Tries all over. Some good conversions, adding up to a 35-7 lead as the second half kicks off here. So Hampton in the black and white shirts, playing from left to right, try to gather their own kick-off. Ball goes forward, so King's School will have an opportunity immediately to try and hit back in this game, but they're going to have to do so very quickly if they've got hopes of salvaging a result. Perhaps a man over here. The winger, though, having to stop to take the catch, and that allows the defender to make the tackle, though he's done brilliantly to break through. Forces 3 defenders in on him. The offload's an impressive one as well, but when the overlap was there, the ball didn't come. It will come now, though. They need to put the ball through the hands here, King's School, and they just about do, but the Hampton defensive line up very quickly and not allowing them to get the ball away. Wayne Barnes signalling a knock-on, so King's School will continue with an advantage. Ball goes to ground.
They're offloading play, and it's just not going to hand, just showing that accuracy and maybe just a little bit more experience of the sevens game, and maybe a little bit more experience of playing offloading free-flowing rugby. But it's great to see these lads able to box clever and find different ways through, rather than just trying to always run around the outside, actually looking to move the ball and keep the ball alive in the contact area in such tight spaces. It's fantastic to see that level of skill being so high.
Offloading is so key in sevens, especially because there are so few players on the pitch and so much room. If you can suck 2 defenders in as one player and find the ball out of the back before the ball goes to ground, it just gives you such an opportunity out wide, doesn't it?
It does. It keeps the play going, and I think if you can get in behind a team with an offload, you then defensively really stretch, because you have to work your way back to get onside before you can go up again. And you know, that's a key part of sevens, and you see it quite a lot on the IRB circuit with Fiji. That's one of the way they break teams down so regularly and in such a fantastic marauding fashion. So you know, it's good to see that being implemented by all the coaching staff across the board here at every single age group that we've seen. We've seen them being encouraged to offload and keep the ball alive.
Certainly something Hampton have done to good effect in this clash. King's School clearing it, and Hampton again starting another attack from deep here. Macclesfield rushing in, but it does mean that they'll be outnumbered if the ball comes out. Instead, it's taken into contact and more given, and then Wayne Barnes saying the ball's available, and Hampton will look to shift it to get it through the hands here. Macclesfield defensive line has got back well. The inside ball is a good one, but the player taking it was static, and so King's School are able to compete. Knock-on awarded. Scrum given to King's School.
Every other way. Got a few stories.
King's School will get the scrum then.
I think Wayne Barnes just slowing it down there for himself. Maybe, you know, finding this shortened version of the game just a little bit tough. He certainly probably had a weekend full of it at the weekend with the internationals going on, and the Six Nations being such a fantastic finale that it was.
Yeah, perhaps used to a few more breaks in the 15-a-side game, so that the fast-paced 7-a-side, a test for anyone's fitness. We saw the referee at the start of the day sprint to keep up with that man.
Peaking too soon, I think, is definitely a bit overzealous so early on in the morning. But looks like another try going to be scored here by Hampton School. They definitely seem to have the tide in their favour in this game, and there's that ability in the breakdown area there to break through, and a slightly bit more power in their play and a bit more nous around the breakdown.
Try and conversion. And not long left in this second half of the Group M clash. Stay tuned here on the live stream of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens tournament, because up next it's the quarter-final pool clash between Felton Fleet and Millfield Prep School sides. That is certainly not one to be missed at the denouement of this game, as King's School look to restore a little bit of parity on the scoreboard, bringing it out to this near side here. And now cutting in field, and there's a bit of a gap in midfield. The man in the scrum cap can make the most of it. Long strides,
and he's
got through.
Maybe he doesn't. That's fantastic running by the young man there in the scrum hat. I think just even things up a little bit and get themselves back involved in the game. But fantastic running rugby there, and really backing his pace and backing his individual skill to score the try.
Tim Phillips it was, I believe. The team sheet here. The number 13 with the conversion as well. So it may be a win for Hampton, but King's School in the blue and white hoops certainly not giving up the ghost at all in this game. A long kick-off will beat the defensive line and just run into touch. So territory if nothing else. Not sure whether we know if Wayne Barnes is sticking around to ref any more matches, or perhaps he'll be having a bit of a look round today. I'm sure he'll, just like anyone, will be excited by the quality on show.
I hope he does. I think it's fantastic, as we said earlier on, to see him down here supporting the event and making a real effort, as he sees something there that maybe we didn't fancy running and awarding another try, just trying to not keep things even.
Given a penalty for an infringement at the line out there. Sure, he knows better than we do. He's refereed on the biggest of stages, of course.
Can't get to us up here.
We'll be trying to grab a chat with Wayne after this game. Seconds remaining here as Hampton look to close out a win.
I think one thing that we can mention as well is that it's great for the players to learn from him as a referee, and he certainly knows the game fantastically inside and out, be it 15s and 7s, given his experience on the IRB circuit many years ago. But it's great for the players to have that sort of guy who's a recognisable face in the world rugby, not just from not the big names that we talk of, the Vunipolas and the Chris Robshaws of this world, but someone of Wayne Barnes' stature. It's great to support the event, but also for the players to learn from him as a referee in officiating certain areas of the game.
Sure, there'll be plenty of insights on all things rugby discipline that Wayne will have been giving out in this game, but that is the results. Full time here in the Group M clash between Hampton and King's School Macclesfield. Hampton have picked up a resounding win, running in some beauties. King's School a couple of great ones of their own. Tim Phillips with the final score of the day. Length of the field run by him, breaking through tackles left, right and centre. But it is Hampton who go away with the result. Handshaking all round. And then, as we mentioned, up next, a game
certainly galvanised as a team and pulled themselves together, being led by Tom Cheeseman, their former Bath man, who has certainly got these guys playing for one another and that real sort of team ethos, which is great to see. Millfield, in contrast, breezed through their competition yesterday and absolutely tore everybody apart, winning everyone apart, winning most games by 40 or 50 points. So it should be a fiercely contested battle here. It's one that I'm sure will go down to the wire.
Can see down below us here Wayne Barnes shaking hands with a few of the guys playing today. As Chris mentioned, it's Great for those guys to meet somebody with such experience in the game, 15-side and 7s internationally, as we see him week in, week out in the Premiership, and had his say in what was a momentous Six Nations as well, and just imparting some words of wisdom down below us. As we mentioned, fantastic for the boys and girls here today to pick up some of the advice and insight that he can give. The sun once again out brilliantly here. If you're watching the live stream of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens Tournament and you're nearby, why not come down? It is a glorious afternoon, not only for rugby but for everything. There are tents up, games to play, stalls to see, and of course above all plenty of quality on show on the rugby field. It is Felton Fleet against Millfield. Up next, we'll explain how the quarter-final stages of the prep school works in just a few moments' time. Team talks being given. We can see the Felton Fleet players being given words of wisdom by their coach. Up the other end it is Millfield getting prepared for the prep school quarter-final pool clash. Set to be a good one. Both sides have shown real quality so far in this week's tournament. And we are seconds away from kick-off. Should be a cracker. Quickly before this game kicks off, then we'll run through the format for the prep school tournament. Obviously we had the pool stages yesterday. Slightly different, it's not just a straight knockout quarterfinals in the prep school tournament. The way it works is that there are 9 sides into the quarterfinals, so they are divided into 3 pools of 3 teams. So this pool is the pool AA, Felton Fleet and Millfield, 2 of the 3 sides in this pool. So they face off in a round robin tournament. The winners of each of those pools goes through to the semi-finals alongside the best runner-up out of the 3. So 4 teams will of course be through to the semi-finals, but there is a small pool stage before that point, and we'll be seeing if Felton Fleet or Millfield can get off to the perfect start in their bid to reach the semi-finals. It will be an exciting clash, no doubt. Millfield Prep School in the red and green hoops, playing from right to left, and Felton Fleet in the black and blue hoops. Sorry, not hoops. Black and blue shirt. So it is Millfield to kick off, and as the ball goes up into the air, standing by just down below us is referee Wayne Barnes, and he's waiting to have a chat to us.
Here with international referee Wayne Barnes. He's one of the 110 officials officiating across the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens this week. Not your first time here, I hear.
No, as a member of the London Society of Referees, I try and come along every year. Obviously it's a busy time of year with what was a fantastic Six Nations this year, but try and come down and support what is a fantastic event, which seems to get bigger and bigger each year.
How important is it, the event, the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens, to the development of rugby in schools and within the national games of the home unions?
Oh, look, you've seen some of the talent that's come through this tournament. You know, I've been lucky enough, as I said, to have seen some of those players grow from being out here, whether it's at the under 13, under 15 or under 18 stage, end up me refereeing them in the Premiership. So it just shows that the talent that comes through this tournament.
And it's a big year for English rugby, presumably for the players and the referees alike.
Oh look, yeah, exciting times. You know, the Six Nations very exciting, and then with the World Cup, you know, less than 200 days away, I'm very excited as a rugby fan just to see what happens over the next 3-4 months, and hopefully we see a similar repeat of what happened on Saturday in the Rugby World Cup final come October.
Wish you luck with the rest of the tournament from a refereeing perspective, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, fella.
Wayne Barnes there, international referee. Come down to the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens tournament today. Just officiated the game we've seen between Hampton and King's School Macclesfield. Back on the RE1 pitch though, it is Millfield Prep against Felton Fleet Prep School in the quarter-final pool clash, and it is Millfield who have got first blood. Conversion missed, but a brilliant score on the right side. And we're really into the business end of the prep school tournament now, Chris, so every game is going to be a close one, and Millfield will be fantastically pleased to get an early try on the board in this clash.
Yeah, it was a good score by them. It was obviously a play that they tried to implement using their centres to go around up the middle, and their gas man from yesterday in the yellow boots just popping up on the outside. So it's good to see what Felton Fleet have got now to try and counteract that score.
Immediately going up the other end to try and respond. Both sides, as you can imagine, getting to this stage of the tournament have fantastic. Felton Fleet looking superb in the group stages, and they also beat Dubai College in the second round qualifier to get to this stage. So one of the international sides on show beaten by Felton Fleet. As for Millfield, we saw them a couple of times yesterday. They racked up at least 40 points in all three of their pool clashes, showing the quality and try-scoring ability on show, but it's their defence which is being tested at the moment as Felton Fleet look for a response.
Felton Fleet are just getting a little bit one-dimensional. Now they're trying to move the ball, which is better. Move the ball into space. You nearly need to get that into these guys at sevens, is where the space is. There's a 3-on-1 here. Hopefully they can make it overlap. Good running by them, keeping the ball alive. Good defence by Millfield, just not finishing off the tackle though, and then Felton Fleet going round underneath to score.
There's a real crowd down on this near side touchline for both sides, and that try for Felton Fleet getting a real cheer to bring them level with the conversion to come. As you say, it was all about that overlap. The tacklers weren't willing to make the tackle until the end because they thought the pass might have been given, and often just having those extra runners on your outside can set the try opportunity up, as it did there. It's going to be a tough conversion to make, and we've seen some crackers on this pitch already today. That is not a bad strike either, just doesn't quite have the legs and drifts a little to the right. So we're all square at 5-all, halfway through the first half of this quarter-final Pool A clash. Chris, I suppose at this stage every game is going to be a close one.
Yeah, I think as you reach the later stage of the competition, everyone's sort of reasonably evenly matched. I think Millfield here could be coming in a little bit overzealous. Yesterday not really being tested, whereas Felton Fleet really had to work hard for a few victories yesterday. So the tale of this game will be between the two teams, and that galvanisation of playing for each other.
Brilliant breakdown this near hand touchline. Has got the pace, he's got a bit of a handoff, but the Felton Fleet covering tackle was superb. But then a penalty given away.
My case in point was there yesterday. A young lad there on the near touchline would have broken round. He would have scored a lot easier. That would have been a try for him yesterday. So it's great to see Felton Fleet just pushing them a little bit tougher and actually making Millfield work hard. That's really going to test them when this game continues to open up as it is at the moment. Not sure what the penalty was given for, but we're seeing Felton Fleet looking to break here. Shifting the ball right to left. Good pass out wide. It's Will Gurney who then gets the ball through the hands. Given to James Hennessy, the skipper. And despite conceding an early try, it's Felton Fleet who have enjoyed much of the pressure and possession since going behind. Felton Fleet seem to like that. I think they like to make the games tough for themselves. They've been excellent yesterday and really sort of dogging games out and making the right decisions at the right time. Occasionally found wanting in defence, but as you see here, they keep the ball alive so well, working hard for each other, crowding around the ball, making sure support is always there. It's fantastic to see that from such a young age.
They've got a man over here if they can make the men work. The pass goes out to the guy on the right flank. 2 defenders on him, drag him down perfectly. But the opportunity's still there. The scrum half shifting left, right. Has he got the legs to get round him? A gem of a try. Didn't look like he had the room, but he used the 5-metre channel to his advantage.
Well, it's fantastic to see him back in his own ability, using his footwork, slowing up the defence, just a little shimmy, and then he goes round the outside. It's fantastic to see. Awesome play by Felton Fleet there. They built that score nicely, just working their way up the pitch, keeping the ball alive when they needed to, using their forwards again to set the offside line, and then moving the ball to another point of attack. And the young scrum half there just using his own ability and his own self-belief to go over in the corner with fantastic footwork.
Another brilliant attempt with a conversion. Just didn't quite have the legs, but Felton Fleet now have turned the game on its head. They were 5-0 down early on. It's now 10-5 to Felton Fleet.
Yeah, unfamiliar territory here for Millfield. Certainly they nilled most teams yesterday, so the pressure really is on them now at this restart.
It will be interesting to see how they can deal with that pressure. Almost looked as if they were about to go straight clean through there and respond, but Felton Fleet defensively back and now looking to use that advantage on the left-hand side.
Felton Fleet, fantastic work at the breakdown there. Again, that was one of the key things they were so good at yesterday, was their work at the breakdown, and they really seem to have the measure at Millfield in that area, and they're keeping the ball alive fantastically here, moving the point of contact constantly and forcing a high tackle there.
They still might profit from it. The ball goes to ground, but they still have possession. It was a high tackle, so I think the advantage is being played for a penalty. They'll hope they don't need it. Offloading superb, couple of out of the back of the hand jobs, and now from right to left, can they shift it over? This man surely can run it in here, steps inside and then hands off, offloads just short. Millfield doing brilliantly, and then the knock-on comes.
Unlucky there. I think he might have wanted to pin his ears back and go for the corner. I think, as we've talked earlier, on tight encounters such as this, every point is crucial, so I think the opportunity missed there for Felton Fleet to get over for another point.
That will almost feel like a try for Millfield, purely because they were defending for so long, and it looked, as you mentioned, as if Felton Fleet had the overlap and were in for a certain try. In the end, they've defended it and the score hasn't been given.
Oh yes, defensive efforts like that, that's what galvanised Felton Fleet so often yesterday, is their ability to pull into each other in tight work in defence, and hopefully for Millfield that will have turned things around for them and made them feel like they've got one over on Felton Fleet.
From what we can tell though, looking at the numbers, it does appear as if the referee has just had a word with one of the Millfield players, I believe for the high tackle perhaps, and it looks as if they're down to 6 players now. So Felton Fleet will see that there's even more room on this pitch, and they'll look to use that to their advantage. Again, out on the wing, then stepping inside. It's not paid off too much, but they are 10-5 ahead. Not backing themselves down the wing, often coming inside. But is there room? No, the guy goes for the try, but it's a double movement, and Millfield again escape. Chris, though, they're down to 6 players now. This is going to take a monumental effort from Millfield to bring it back.
Yeah, they're not a million miles away from it. I'm not hoping to see them run it rather than kick it out, but Felton Fleet just getting a bit above themselves there and trying to do things individually. What they've done so well over the last day and a half is play for each other, play as a team, and individually there they just got a little bit caught up in trying to do everything by themselves, and this could go against them.
The tackler, though, was held, so the penalty goes the other way. And Felton Fleet now, again, just 5 metres out with the penalty opportunity and with the man advantage. They've got to be more clinical if they're to close this game out. Again, going through the middle, though. But now they've got the overlap. The ball has to go through hands. No, it doesn't. The try is scored, and eventually they make that one-man advantage count, Chris.
Well, that's more like it from Felton Fleet, moving the ball around and actually attacking the space. They got a bit caught up previously just in one-on-one battles and trying to beat the man in the close encounters rather than actually moving the ball to space. So good to see them back into their groove and moving the ball around and running at spaces, not a face. Conversion
attempt looks good. And that is the half-time whistle. Believe the conversion drifted just short in the end. But Felton Fleet have a decent advantage now. A couple of times could have stretched their lead really. With the ball out wide, cutting inside instead of pinning their ears back down the line. But ultimately, after Millfield took the lead just seconds into this game, they haven't really been able to fashion any opportunities at this end of the pitch, and ultimately that is the difference between the two sides. At the half-time break, coming up after this one, our first international side of the day here on the RE1 pitch. Angels International College from Pakistan will be taking on Epant School from Cardiff. So another one not to be missed. That'll be back in the Colts tournament. Then after that, we're looking at a couple of junior quarter-final clashes. Knockout rugby is well underway here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens tournament. And in the first of those today, it is Felton Fleet who are 10 points to the good. There's kick-off for the second half moments away on the pitch to my left. The RE2 pitch. Seen a wonderful 90-metre run from one of the prep school boys there. It's a superb breakaway. He had 3 defenders on his tail and streaked all of them. A sign of the quality on show here in over 650 teams, should I say? Can't speak. 650 teams on show, and every single one of them showing some real rugby sevens promise. Back then to the central pitch here at the Richardson Evans playing fields. It's Felton Fleet in the black and blue shirts who will kick off in this second half. Ball goes forward, so Millfield have an opportunity to run from deep. The ball lost forward, says the referee. So Felton Fleet have an opportunity through the middle. The step, just that second delay, sold the defender. He thought the pass was going to be given, and as he moved, the attacker just switched direction and runs in under the post. And Felton Fleet now, Chris, just started to stretch away a little bit.
Felton Fleet really are sort of making a good fist of this. Maybe, you know, you would expect them to come into this maybe a little bit rabbit in headlights against Millfield being the lead team from yesterday, but they really have got it stuck into this performance, and they're keeping hold of possession well. They're starving Millfield of ball, and Millfield have not been able to get into their straps in the latter part of that first half or in this second half. So good on Felton Fleet for continuing to make a good fist and punch this game.
Millfield again defending, and they've got a 3-man overlap. If it goes through hands, it's a certain try, surely. Great covering tackle though. The offload comes though, and it works.
I honestly thought that young lad there had overdone the left foot step and jink. I thought the ball needed to go earlier, but you know, credit to Felton Fleet keeping the ball alive and that step and lifting the ball back on the inside. What's really been fantastic with them is their support play and how they've worked for each other. And you can see it in defence. They never say die attitude, and in attack they're always on one of their players' shoulders, looking to keep the ball alive or win that breakdown. And we talked yesterday about working in your threes, and they are a classic example of that there. You won't see better sevens by some sides at senior level. These guys really do know how to play the game.
They certainly do, and Felton Fleet are putting themselves in with a great shout of qualifying for the semi-finals of the prep school tournament here on the RE1 pitch. Millfield started, they flew out of the blocks, but they haven't been able to maintain that intensity. Ball bounces over the 10-metre line, so Felton Fleet do gather it. Millfield were just waiting, hoping that the free kick would be given. It wasn't though.
Millfield lad just half asleep there, letting the ball bounce, and Felton Fleet have got the ball again, and they've given away a penalty by going in the side as well. The referee just being a little bit pedantic there for my liking. Let the guys play. They're playing fantastic at the moment. Don't stop them. This is brilliant to see.
Felton Fleet shifting the direction of attack, coming back inside and trying to off-balance this Millfield defence, and it looks like it's worked. Lovely inside step defence getting back, but still he rolls on, and the offload's a good one. It's a try for Harry Mean. It was the offload though from Aidan Barry which was the key there. Some really great skills on show.
What rugby there by Felton Fleet. I mean, honestly, that was fantastic. The young lad, number 13 there, held his head up high. He really created that try. He created the previous one as well, and he might not get the accolades for the person going over to score the try, but his work at the breakdown has been fantastic throughout this entire encounter. He's been tireless in the work that he's done, and then had the nous then to look up, see where his support is, make the right decision with the right offload over the top to enable Felton Fleet to go further on ahead and go 20 points to 5 into the lead, with the conversion to come. Unfortunately, narrowly missed.
Every Millfield side on show at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National Sevens tournament has some real quality about it, but the prep school side here has come up against the Felton Fleet side in dazzling form. They're looking for the overlap here and try to break back into it, but the man on the wing is stopped and has to bring the ball back in field. A couple of little steps, but the intensity of the Felton Fleet defence matching how powerful they've been going forward. And Millfield, of course, having now just to play out from the back, chasing the scores that will bring them back into contention in the quarter-final pool. That looked like a knock-on. Referee said it went backwards though, so they'll retain possession, but still struggling to break out of their 22. Advantage being played now, but for every man, it looks like there's two Felton Fleet players. There just doesn't seem to be a gap. Trying to back his pace, the tackle made, and the referee will come out for the penalty.
It's a shame they've given a penalty away there, but Felton Fleet's defence is absolutely outstanding, not giving Millfield any room to run out. They just keep putting pressure on, coming up, taking away their space. You can see them here, they're straight off the line looking to make the tackle. It's fantastic to see, great defensive shape from them.
And as soon as a tackle is made, it feels like the tackler is back up on his feet, ready to make another tackle immediately.
They are relentless. It's brilliant. Credit to Tom Cheeseman, their coach. He's got these guys really knowing what they're doing. Okay, Millfield have slipped in there, and it looks like they're going to run away to make the score. But that is a very, very, very rare one-off that we've seen from Felton Fleet in their defensive laxity there.
Shifting it out wide, there was a bit of space there, and the pacey winger makes the most of the opportunity. Feels though like it is probably too little, too late. 25 points to 12 now. Millfield may be wary of the points difference, knowing that the best runner-up also qualifies for the semi-finals, so getting themselves back into contention in this match could have lasting effects later on in the tournament. Takes the ball around his head here, this Felton Fleet player does brilliantly to continue running with the possession, although it is turned over at the breakdown and a penalty won by Millfield. They'll just take a second to realise it is their penalty, but they'll tap and go now. Players trying to lap round to give them an overlap, and it looks like they may have it here. The player just had a shot on the left, had done so well to get there, but it won't matter because his teammate has run from the halfway line to grab another try.
Just a bit of biting in defensively there from Felton Fleet, getting a bit over eager to make the tackle. Needed to push the guy to the outside rather than bite in on the inside man and make the big hit. Did definitely leave his mark, and the poor Millfield lad still on the ground just picking himself up, and unfortunately that's too little too late for Millfield there.
A brilliant comeback in those final few moments from Millfield, shows the quality that they have, but ultimately it was Felton Fleet who proved victorious in the first game of the quarter-final Pool AA in the Prep School tournament. They flew out of the blocks, Millfield, but either side of half-time, Felton Fleet were the classier outfit, running in 2 tries before half-time and 3 after the break. It was enough to see them home at the start of this pool, and they are certainly a side to keep your eyes peeled out for as this competition slowly reaches what is sure to be a dramatic finale. Fantastic display from Felton Fleet. They are the winners in the quarter-final Pool AA clash. Millfield, though, will still fancy themselves of trying to grab a best runners-up spot. A quality tie nonetheless.
School staff hospitality lunch is now being served in the Edwin Doran tent at the side of pitch RE1.
Hello, can you hear me? The green button on the pitch. Okay, I'm just checking out, trying out this new mic box. You press and release it, don't need to. Brilliant. Like.
So after a thrilling prep quarter-final clash, we are back to the Colts tournament. And it is Angels International College from Faisalabad in Pakistan taking on Waipant School from Cardiff. Angels International in the green and yellow shirts, green shorts and yellow socks. And Waipant in the blue. The Group I clash. And Chris, we've said it a few times, but as ever, fantastic to see that this tournament not only takes in teams from all four corners of the UK, but international size as well. It shows the stature that this competition has around the world.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? I think to have a side if you come all the way from Pakistan for this tournament, what could be a 1 or 2 day tournament for them. It's brilliant to see them come all the way out here, and be interesting to see how they go in this game and this matchup.
There should be some around here. Catherine, we try the Rosslyn Park information tent down there on your left.
Just waiting for a kick-off here. Referee, I think, maybe wants a new ball. Perhaps that one a little flat.
Catherine's gone down to the Rosslyn Park information tent to see if she can find one.
Still waiting for kick-off here. I think still looking for a ball that fits the bill as we wait for kickoff. Bit of tension starting to build around the RE1 pitches. Both sides desperate to get underway, no doubt. Finally, it looks like we're about to get underway in this Group I Colts clash. Angels International College from Pakistan in the green and yellow, and Waipant School of Cardiff in the blue. Ball is kicked off, and while this game continues, we're going to go to an interview now with Ollie Morgan.
16s and 18s, yeah.
Here with Ollie Morgan, ex-England and Gloucester fullback. How are you finding the 2015 Rosslyn Park HSBC National School 7 so far?
Yeah, really entertaining. Obviously there's the 16 started today and the prep school quarterfinals are on now, so it's getting to climax for the prep school, and there's really good teams out there. A couple here who probably can make to the final. Cobham as well. So it's a great 3 days. Whether you're a spectator, whether you're a player or a parent, it's very enjoyable.
And you've played in it yourself as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, back in sort of 2003, 2002. Really entertaining stuff. It's like, as people know, it's the biggest schools tournament in the world. So if you do well individually and as a team, you're doing pretty well as a player itself.
And you're not just here as a spectator, you're here with Cheltenham College, starting in the festivals, which starts tomorrow.
That's right, yeah. We've got an under-16 team here today and also under 18 starting tomorrow. Had a few tournaments where we've done quite well just to build in, but it's all really practice for the next couple of days, where hopefully we'll qualify into the knockouts.
And the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens is a very important part of development of rugby in the English game.
It is. It's huge, really. As you see, sevens on the broader scale is getting bigger and bigger with Rio in mind. And the school sevens here is a great stepping stone into that professional side. With the 18s, there'll be a number of scouts here. I would have thought Simon Amor will probably be popping by, the national coach. So it's a great shop window for young guys.
Thank you very much for your time, and wish you luck with Cheltenham College for the rest of the week.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks.
So welcome back then to the RE1 pitch commentary studio, and Waipant have taken an early lead against Angels International College from Pakistan, and they're about to grab their third try under the posts, with a conversion to come perhaps to make it a 21-0 lead. And Chris, Waipant have flown out the blocks here, haven't they? Conversion made. 21-0. And the side from Pakistan are going to have to try and wrestle the momentum back as Waipant fly out of the blocks. Team in blue then to kick off, this time a low grubber kick choice, but almost intercepted there from the Angels player. But Waipant back on the attack, and have they got the men over here? As the number 8 got the pace to go around the outside? He has. They're looking strong, Chris, they're looking very strong.
Yeah, Waipant just seems to have a little bit more experience here. It's great to see the endeavour from Angels school there for coming in from Pakistan, but up against what seems to be a very knowledgeable Welsh side from Waipant school. It's always a great thing to see these sides come over from a foreign nation and give it a good fight. And just like seeing them with the ball in hand and see what they really can do. Defensively looking a little bit frail at the moment, and Waipant are just coming out on top.
Yeah, not really enjoyed much of the possession yet. Waipant managing to retain the ball from the kickoff most of the time, and that is making life difficult for Angels International College. But they do have the ball here and looking through the middle. Good handoff, although the referee deciding that tackle was high as well, so they'll look to move upfield from this opportunity. A knock on in midfield. Although the referee decides the defensive line wasn't 10 metres, so it will give them a second bite at the cherry here, as they look to get their first score on the board. Defensive line up quickly again, but powering through there, and the tackle's not really stopping him. He's made 4 or 5 metres and continues to go. Ball might have been lost forward there, and it means a turnover for the Welsh side, although that looked forward as well. And the referee spots it, and for the first time there with ball in hand, Angels International College, a little bit of go forward there.
Just a little bit of scrappy there, I think. Waipant just making things a little bit tougher to break down. But it's good to see that Angels College are just clawing their way very slowly up the field, and every little bit of possession they've got to make count now.
See if they can make something of this scrum. 25 metres from the Waipant line. The side from Cardiff have started really strongly here, and this Group I clash made it to the round of 32 at the Colts level back in 2011, and they'll be looking to better that this year, and perhaps an opportunity here to go even further in front. Down the line, streaking clear, turnover from the scrum, and it meant that the Angels' defensive line just wasn't able to get into position quick enough. The overlap, all they needed to run in under the posts for another score. Conversion again successful, takes the score to 35-0. And the side from Cardiff are looking potent in attack.
Are indeed, they're making every little bit of possession count at the moment, and it's good to see them moving the ball and using the width and a bit of versatility in their try-scoring ability. So what option they use here off the restart, they've chosen to go right. Unfortunately, the Angels international player just knocking the ball on slightly, maybe. Not picked up by the referee, maybe trying to balance things out a little bit. Let's see what they've got in attack.
Chris, we've mentioned how fantastic it is to have sides from all around the country coming, and you mentioned earlier the fact that Rugby Sevens will be on the Olympic agenda in Rio next year. How excited are you to see Rugby Sevens become an Olympic sport?
I think it's a testament to what the sport is at the moment. It's an international event, and you can see here by some of the schools that have come in, especially with Angels International in front of us from Pakistan. It shows that the sport touches all corners of the globe, and it's certainly showing the expansion and the rate of expansion that the sport has grown at now. It's got the Olympic inclusion, and it's fantastic to see an international school come out here and play and try and mix it with pedigree of English and Welsh talent that we've seen before us so far today. So come the Olympics, I'm sure there'll be many other nations putting their hands up to try and get involved in that Olympic cycle.
Given the quality of English Rugby Sevens, of course, and the other British nations always successful at the international events, you've got to think that Team GB's Sevens side is going to have a decent shot at a medal, perhaps.
Yeah, they knew where they once they qualify, and hopefully they'll do that on the World Series. If not, they've got to set a second bite of the cherry to do that for the European Series in summer. But definitely once it comes around to the Olympic year in 2016 out in Rio, there's English side have been put forward to get them qualified, I must have said earlier on, and it'll be interesting to see what names put themselves forward for that Team GB selection, whether Team GB will stick with the guys that have played regularly on the international circuit, or whether they'll go for the big names and the George Norths, etc. of this world, who will put their hand up for the selection.
Time will tell on that one. Scrum given to Angels International College from Faisalabad in Pakistan. They were here at last year's event. I believe last year was their first time at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National Schools Sevens tournament. So good to see them back for a second year in a row. But they're being well beaten at the moment by Waipant, and it's another score for the side from Cardiff. Running in, not quite under the post. Defence does well to get back and prevent what would have been an easy conversion, but again, just putting the ball through the hands, finding the space out wide, and once you have that one-man overlap, if there's somebody on the wing with a bit of gas, 9 times out of 10 the try is going to be scored, and it was there. The conversion is drifting wide, I think, and that is the last play of the first half here, and a good showing by the Waipant boys so far.
Great showing by the Waipant side so far. It'll be interesting to see what kind of bounce back ability the Angels International College have got going into the second half, and whether they can rally their troops at half time, and what inspiring words their coach has got for them to hopefully see what they can come back out like after the interval break.
Some words of wisdom from both head coaches. The team from Pakistan almost ready to go again there, but they were brought back in. A couple more pointers perhaps on improvements to be made for the second half.
Yeah, okay, I'll go next door now, yeah?
Clouds just starting to come over here at the Richardson Evans playing field. It's been a gorgeous couple of days so far for the rugby, but we might be about to see these teams' capabilities when the ball starts to get a little bit more slippery. We'll have to see. So far, the rain holding off as Waipant prepare to start this second half here on the RE1 pitch. Players swapping wings there for the Angels International College outfit, and they will start the second half. Low kick, well dealt with, no. Bounces all the way through. Waipant will look to come straight back, shifting it to the right. There's a big gap in the defensive line there, and it means there's now an overlap.
Interesting defensive setup there from Angels International. The kind of 3 press, 2 back, 1 at sweeper is not quite what we've seen from most teams. It just shows a little bit of inexperience to them and a little bit of, you know, ingrained natural ability when it comes to rugby and understanding the defensive shape that their coach is probably trying to install with them. So it's something for them to work on moving forward throughout the tournament, is how they can get their defensive shape a bit better, not sort of accommodating football formation they appear to have at the moment, trying to get a more even spread across the field of 6 players with 1 in behind.
Yeah, the staggered defence not really working there as Waipant continue to rein in the points.
Almost.
47 points to 0 as the rain does start to come down here at the Richardson Evans playing field. We've done well so far, but perhaps we'll be seeing a little bit more ball up the jumper type stuff if the weather stays. This ball goes to ground, but well picked up. Looking to go down this right hand touch line. But the Waipant player then hacks it through, and if he can gather, he'll score because he's the first to the ball. Hacks on again, picks up and scores in the left hand corner nearest to us. Another score for the Welsh side takes them past the 50-point mark, and that was good ball control there.
Can we blame you for the hailstorm that we're about to have after all your positivity about good weather?
Perhaps I was trying to,
your words very quickly.
I was trying to make the most of it while it lasted yesterday, but the hail is starting to come down here, and whether that will affect the quality of rugby, we'll have to wait and see. We're very exposed to the elements here, aren't we? High kick-off from Waipant, lost forward I think by both sides. The referee though says play on, and it allows the side in blue to break clear. A couple of lovely inside balls, and the player runs it in for another score. 57-0 now.
Turning into a very, very one-sided affair this for Waipant. I hope it doesn't affect them going later on into the tournament, as we saw with Millfield in the previous game, getting ahead of themselves against slightly underdone competition in front of them. Hopefully we'll see something from Angels International College, and let's see if we can chivvy them along to get onto the score sheet.
Waipant having made it to the round of 32 in 2011. So they do have previous in this tournament, and they're proving today they might be able to go on a decent run here. It is properly hailing now, there's no two ways about it. Have to see how the players react.
Borderline snow, mate, to be quite honest with you. Certainly not the sort of the sunshine that we've had for the previous 1.5 days throughout this tournament. Certainly should make things interesting out on the back pitches.
You mentioned in the past that you've been at this tournament and it's been nasty weather before. I suppose it gets tests them slightly differently given the weather we've seen here. Hopefully it won't last too long, but the play of course continues, and Angels International College have a line out on their 5 metre line. They'll try and break clear if possible. And Wypant will be looking to put the pressure on. That's the front. Oh, it's well planned there. The player in the middle ducks down and leaves it for the man at the back, but actually it doesn't work out, because whilst they did win the possession well from the line out, the ball didn't go to hand, and it's the Wypant players who stream through, and the number 7, who has just scored after hacking the ball through, kicks through again and scores again. It's 62-0 now with the conversion to come. Tough conversion though. Good strike. Has he got it? Brilliant conversion there. 64-0 now. Sailing through the uprights. I bet you're looking forward to getting over to the HSBC tent, aren't you, Chris?
Yeah, getting in the warm and certainly the dry. It's not quite weather for rugby sevens. This hailstorms aren't something you're used to on the international circuit. But as we keep mentioning, it's great to see a school from Pakistan here playing in front of us. They're certainly trying to make the best fight of it they can, and Wypant school have definitely run away with the victory. So just see how the school from Pakistan can galvanise themselves here.
Still have pool matches to come, but they're just drifting through the defence to go in under the post, a couple of steps either way as well. Chris, I think you might see even more people heading to this Q&A session, wanted to get into the shelter to have a word with you. We'll have to see how it goes.
Could be a few people in there just trying to keep warm rather than listening to me waffle on, but there we go. Wypant have run away with it. Fantastic result for them, moving on to the latter rounds of the game, of the tournament. Sorry, but great to see Angels International School from Pakistan there come out and come all this way to be involved in this fantastic, prestigious Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens competition.
Can't stress it enough. It is, as you say, fantastic to see the international sides. Chris, I believe you might be taking a bit of a wander across now, so thank you for joining us this morning. Go get yourself under some shelter, perhaps.
Been a pleasure. Hopefully I'll see you again tomorrow morning. I think you're back, are you not?
I'm not back tomorrow. I won't be back. I think Nick will be back tomorrow morning, as he is this afternoon. So you'll be hearing more from Nick Heath. But
it's been a pleasure, mate, and I'm sure you're off to Ibiza now with your bright sunglasses which you come along with today. Not that you're going to need them much in this hailstorm.
I'm looking a fool now. It was fantastic. The first 2 hours, the sunglasses were definitely needed. Now
that's what's brought this hailstorm along, is those bright sunnies of yours down there.
Yeah, they'll be going in the bag, and I don't expect to be using them again today. But thanks very much to Chris Cracknell for coming along this morning. And as he mentioned, you can see him later at the HSBC tent just across the way from us. He'll be doing a Q&A session, so make sure to get across there to have a word. So handshakes all round for Angels International College from and Wypant School from Cardiff. Wypant with a comprehensive victory, and they are probably a side to be reckoned with as this tournament continues.
Lovely. I don't suppose we see rugby like this in Pakistan too often. Thanks for your help, lads. See you later. that break now? Do you think that's a break? Do you think that's a break? Oh, I see.
Are you going? My next installment.
At least we got the food.
Go in and look, there's really good food.
Yep, there they are. Look. It looks exactly like that.
Oh, really?
Oh, brilliant, thank you very much.
What are you up to now?
Welcome back to the RE1 pitch here at the Richardson Evans playing fields for day 2 of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens tournament. A short break there was a bye fixture on this pitch. Gave everyone a chance as well to get into some shelter. The hailstorm though has passed, and that is good news as we line up for the first of the junior quarter-final clashes. It's Abingdon against Orleans Park, and as with any fixture at this time of the tournament, you can expect to see a lot of quality rugby sevens on show. Abingdon then in the black shirts, playing from right to left against Orleans Park, wearing maroon and gold, playing from left to right. Referee ready to get this one underway. Remember, this is a junior quarter-final. We'll be returning to the Colts later. But for now, it is Abingdon against Orleans Park. Both sides who've done fantastically well in this tournament. Abingdon beat St John Baptist High School in the second qualifying round to make it this far. And of course, Orleans Park, well, they've had a fantastic tournament. In their opening game, the very first game we broadcast live to you yesterday morning from this pitch, they downed defending champions RGS High Wycombe, and then they edged an absolute thriller 31-26 against St Benedict's in the second qualifying round. So both sides have had some tough matches to get this far, and this one will surely be the same, as Abingdon early on try and force the possession out wide to their tall winger on the right, and it looks as if he'll have the pace to go all the way, and he does. And the perfect start for Abingdon as they look to get themselves into a semi-final berth. We're just seconds in here, and quick recycling of possession, and stretched his long legs out, streaked away down that right hand side, and the game's first try. 5-0 to Abingdon with a conversion to come, a tough conversion, taking it from a tight angle as well, will lessen the distance, doesn't increase the difficulty at all. Not a bad effort, but does fall short. Abingdon though with the early 5-0 lead. Orleans Park, as we said, if you were tuning in for yesterday's live stream, courtesy of Serious Stuff, you'll have seen Orleans Park. They nicked an absolute cracker against RGS High Wycombe, who won last year's junior competition. It was back and forth throughout the whole game, and it was the type of standard and drama that we've seen ever since here on the RE1 pitch. As Abingdon go on the attack again, darting little run left and right. They're going to bring it from the far side over here to the near side. The defensive line of Orleans Park up very quickly, but Abingdon are getting the offloads in and putting themselves in a position to attack again. That offload just too high for the support runner, but they still retain possession. And Orleans Park just need to hold their discipline and their defensive structure here if they're to not concede a second try, but it looks like they might do. The last gas tackle's got to be a good one. He scrags in, but he can't bring him down. And Abingdon stretched their advantage. Lovely little break. It was a semi-dummy. Looked as if the ball was going to get shipped out. Then he continued his run, backed his pace. The defender did brilliantly to grab hold of the shirt, and for a second looked like he'd stopped his momentum, but then he wriggled free, dives over the line, and he'll look to try and convert his own try now. Drifts wide, but a commanding lead early on in the first half here. The ball kicked across there, and it will be Abingdon to restart the game. Orleans Park just want to get a foothold, really. Barely had any possession, and it's frustrating, especially in rugby sevens when the opportunities are always there. They do have some possession now, but running across their own 22, looking to try and find the gaps. He's done brilliantly well to draw defenders in. The overlap's there, but it's become very narrow. Not often a good thing in rugby sevens. Bringing it back out left now, and there is a bit of an overlap. Player doesn't back his pace though, and they're going from side to side but not making a lot of ground. Still in their 22. The Abingdon defence doing well. And now there's a possibility. Again, the defence there. It seems as if there's two Abingdon defenders to every player going forward for Orleans Park. The ball does come back though, and there's an opportunity now with an overlap. 3 on 2 if they can make it work. The ball though goes to ground. The winger does brilliantly to pick it up, and he's got the speed to streak away. Good step, great tackle by the man with 5 on his back. The offload's good, and the little scrum half now looking to streak clear. The tap tackle is missed. He pins his ear back. And we saw the pace of the Abingdon number 11 earlier in the day. Well, he's been outpaced there. And Orleans Park are right back in this game. Conversion a simple one. It's a 3-point match at 10 points to 7. And we're still in the first half, and it goes without saying that games at this stage of the tournament tend to be close. This one living up to the hype. Abingdon then in their own half and looking to try and wrestle momentum back in this match. And a couple of good steps, and he's broken through 3 cover tackles, and they've got men over now to this near hand touchline. Ball goes through the hands. The Orleans Park defence getting it across, but if he's got the pace, that's going to need one hand off, and he just can't do it. Is he going to be bustled into touch? He's not. The ball recycled, and now it can go through the hands, and the try scorer from earlier will get another under the posts. They recycled the ball, and it took 2 Orleans Park defenders to prevent the initial attack, and that meant there was always going to be an overlap at some point. Instead, the man with 5 on his back took the task upon himself and did so brilliantly, and converts his own try as well to stretch the lead to 17 points to 7 here in the first junior quarter-final at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National Schools 7 tournament. Abingdon then will have the kick-off again. Orleans Park will once again have to react. Former Leicester Tigers and Leeds Carnegie player Dan Hemingway has been tweeting, looking forward to seeing my old school in the under-13s national quarter-finals. How will they get on? That school's Bishop Vesey's Grammar School. Perhaps they'll come up against one of the 2 sides we're watching here. It's Abingdon who have the lead, 17 points to 7. And with a line out inside the Orleans Park 22. Going to the back, knocked on though, and Orleans Park will look to bring it clear. Again, the defensive line for Abingdon so quickly up, and it just nullifies any threat of a quick counter-attack from the side in maroon and gold. But they have recycled the ball well. That's an aggressive tackle though from number 7. The penalty though given, not rolling away. And they'll tap and go Orleans Park. A try just before the break would again bring this game a lovely dummy there, although it doesn't work, and the ball back is loose. Perhaps Orleans Park trying to force it. They don't need to, there's still plenty of time left, still the whole of the second half after this to come. There is time, and they do not want to concede another try before the break. It's bouncing about their own try line, and eventually they just have to take the ball over and touch it down, and they get a little bit of luck that that is the last act of the first half, so they won't have to face a 5-metre scrum. Instead, the half-time whistle is blown, but Abingdon had the better of that first half, the majority of possession, carved out some brilliant attacks. 3 tries of their own means they lead 17 points to 7.
Hard to believe they were this size not that long ago, isn't it?
I really don't say actually. I like South Africa.
Second half begins then here in the first junior quarter-final. Abingdon 17-7 to the good and looking to streak clear immediately after the break, and they will do. And the winger who burnt past the Orleans Park defence just seconds into the first half has scored a carbon copy at the start of the second. Under the posts. And Abingdon just starting to get the momentum back. Orleans Park, of course, replying to get it to 10-7, and at that point it was impossible to call, but a side in black looking good for the semi-finals at the moment. They've had some close games. They had a cracker with St John Baptist High School in the second qualifying round, but they came out on top there, and they're looking to do so here as well. 24-7. And Orleans Park are really going to have to pull something special out of the bag here. They did so yesterday. I mentioned it earlier in the curtain raiser of this year's Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens tournament. They beat the reigning champions RGS High Wycombe in a cracker in the pool stages. Well, they're going to need to do something even better now if they're to cement their place in the last four. Get possession in their own half, looking to shift it from left to right. But as happened with every attack today, the Abingdon defenders up so quickly that it feels like there is no room, although the step allowing the attacker to go through here. The offload is good, and the player there in the black boots has been all over the shop today, scored a cracking breakaway try of his own and has shown some really creative sparks. It's going to need some more of that. Here we go then again, a 2-on-1 perhaps. Can the winger use his pace to get clear? But it's the number 11 who has been the star of the show really for Abingdon, who gets back to make the tackle. Ball breaks loose and referee judges it went backwards, so Orleans Park can start again on the halfway line. Lovely dummy. Has he got the pace? He's not, but it's a great pass as well out wide. It depends whether this man now on. He can, he's clear. The tap tackle won't be made if he can get round under the post to make the kick easy, which he does. This game is far from over. Orleans Park showing some real resilience here. They'll take the conversion quickly because they know the importance of every second. He doesn't even do a practice bounce, backs his abilities, and it's 24-14 now. Still enough time for two tries for Orleans Park as Abingdon, the side in front, make a couple of changes. Fresh legs might make the difference if they're to be defending for the last few minutes. Nick Heath will be taking over in the commentary box in just a little while for this afternoon's action, and I'm sure the drama, tension and quality will remain as it has done all morning here, and as it did do for the entirety of yesterday here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens tournament. Abingdon then tap from the centre as the Orleans Park kick didn't go 10 metres. That could prove costly in such a tight game. And especially if Abingdon can make something of this play on the left wing, but it's knocked on. And a line out given instead, so Orleans Park take it quickly, knowing, oh, it's a lovely tackle, wraps him up and clips the ankles, and the knock on. No knock on, says the referee. Looked to have gone forward. That definitely went backwards, but Orleans Park in all sorts of trouble here, and they get a little bit lucky that the referee sees a penalty offence. Abingdon race back to their defensive positions as they look to staunch the flow. Orleans Park now getting a bit of a foothold in this game and knowing that another try would make it a dramatic finale here. Abingdon defenders now again back in the line, the tacklers making their hits, and they're strong in the contact area. Orleans Park just keeping the ball alive though, knowing that the offloads will often lead to an overlap. one too many offloads there though. Ball goes to ground. And perhaps, still a few minutes left, but perhaps realistically Orleans Park may just be beyond them now. They may well prove me wrong. There's been plenty of that so far this couple of days. As ever, if you're anywhere near the Richardson Evans playing fields in southwest London and you're watching this live stream, get yourself down. The weather seems to be brightening up now. The hailstorms of earlier have passed, fingers crossed anyway. And if you want to come down, there is plenty going on here. Over 8,000 spectators expected at this week's event, as Abingdon, with a lovely move from the scrum, create themselves a 2-on-1 out wide. The defensive cover is good, and it's an interception. It's read brilliantly. Does he have the pace? The defensive line catching up, but he's got support anyway, so he should be absolutely fine. He's streaking clear and in under the posts, and exactly as I said, any suggestion that this game was over, I do not know what I'm talking about. Orleans Park have got every shout now, in under the posts. Makes it 24-19. Referee having a word with one of the Abingdon players there, perhaps telling him how long is left, because it's going to be close. The conversion is a good one. 24-21. And Orleans Park racing back to the halfway line. Desperate to see how the game will go. And desperate to see if they can fight back and claim a famous quarter-final victory here.
Get back!
3 points in it. But again, the kick-off not the best. And the side in black, who've been leading throughout this match, will look to close it out now. It's out wide to the man with 11 on his back, who has streaked clear on several occasions today. Can he do it again? He will do. And in a game of quality, every single player has looked brilliant. But that man there, scoring his hat-trick, has perhaps been the difference between the two sides today. Once he gets into some space, he looks very dangerous. Tackler's just not able to catch up with him. And although it's a difficult conversion, it means the score is 29-21. And Orleans Park, despite yesterday's heroics, beating the reigning champions RGS High Wycombe, look like they'll be exiting at the quarter-final stage. Well, it's a brilliant conversion to end the game. Heads in hands moment for Orleans Park. Abingdon stroll on to the semi-finals of the tournament, the junior tournament. It was a thriller. They went ahead, they were ahead for the whole game, but Orleans Park scored some late tries. There were 3 points in it until that final act. Both sides played some brilliant rugby, but it looks as if Abingdon are one of the big threats for this year's junior tournament. 31-21 they won in the quarter-finals. What a day it's been so far. I'm joined now by Nick Heath, who'll be joining you for the afternoon's action. Nick, that was a bit of a thriller at the end there.
Yeah, well, Orleans Park certainly continuing where they tried to leave off yesterday, but obviously not bringing enough. They a real outfit yesterday. They impressed us there, and well, I'm a little late to this game, but what did you make of them in that one, Josh?
Both sides played some cracking stuff. Abingdon, I think, though, probably won the game in the first few moments. A couple of early scores put them 10-0 up, and they stamped their authority. The resilience shown by the boys in maroon and gold, though, was pretty special, and well, it went down to the final play really. But Abingdon, well, it'd be harsh to bet against them really. They've shown some really good rugby here, and as I said, the number 11 there streaking clear for a hat-trick. Pretty special play. So Abingdon, yeah, will be pleased with their place in the semi-finals. As for Orleans Park, brilliant yesterday, and certainly can leave the field proud of their performance in the junior tournament this week.
Glad to hear all that. Enjoyable morning for you?
Fantastic, yeah, it's been a great couple of days. Again, the quality on show has been second to none.
Hail shower.
Yeah, the slightly exposed here on this commentary platform, but nothing that we couldn't deal with, and the players persevered, so why shouldn't we?
Well, quite right. And we've got a nice green gazebo that we're under now, so
yeah, hopefully that'll make the difference.
Indeed it should. Well, Josh, thank you very much again once again for your commentary this morning and yesterday. Look forward to working with you again, and all the best for the rest of the week.
Thank you very much, Nick, and thank you to anyone who's been tuning in for the live stream. It's certainly worth sticking with for the rest of the week. Still plenty of rugby left, but go get yourself some lunch and then strap in for what is set to be an exciting afternoon's rugby here. The Colts are back for a little while, but also you'll see the culmination of the junior and prep school tournaments. The semi-finals and finals will be played here on the RE1 pitch, so both the junior final kicking off at around 4 o'clock and then the prep school final from 4:30. 2 games that you should not miss. Have a good afternoon with Nick and enjoy some special rugby here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens Tournament.
Let's go, let's go.
Having a good time?
I'm keen. Alex, pull up. I'm keen. No. You're not. But anyone who's past my What's the camera?
Well, a very good afternoon to you. My name's Nick Heath and I've just joined for the afternoon session. My thanks once again to Joshua Murray, who's ably looked after things in the morning session today and also yesterday.
That's a beautiful kick.
I'll now be with you looking after coverage for the rest of today, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday and Friday afternoon. And this first game up for me this afternoon is a second junior tournament competition quarter-final, and it is Dulwich Prep against Bishop's Vesey, and Bishop's Vesey are in the striped shirts playing from left to right, kicking off towards Dulwich Prep in the navy and the black. Referees ready, and the game is underway. Little goose step from the young man in the pink and white boots, wasn't quite able to get around his man. Just going back and forth across. Now out to the wing. Winger just cutting in. Oh, now then they could have an overlap on the outside here. Dulwich trying to hold the man on the outside. Little switch in the middle. Bishop's Vesey calmly watching in defence, not getting dragged in too tight. Cover tackles needed to come across now as Dulwich try and go round on the outside, and this man might have got away. He's got real gas down the left-hand side, but the chase is good. Passes back in field, it's bouncing on the floor. Bishop's Vesey need to get their defence there, and it's the man with the initial break who's got across to the other side, and he's going to finish it off as he dances around to get under the posts. And we have the game's first try. Conversion goes over, and Dulwich have a 7-point lead. So Dulwich with the restart, and in fact that's just bobbled into touch. Don't forget, this afternoon you can keep in touch with us via the hashtag RPNS7sLive. We'll be looking at that feed, and if you've got any information on the teams that you want to share with us, any information on the players, maybe you're a proud parent watching this stream at home or at work, well, send us a tweet with the hashtag RPNS7sLive. Of course, the main Twitter account for the tournament at RPNS7. For now, here come Dulwich again. They've got real pace in the lad with 14 on his back. There he is, just passing in field. Such a great opportunity to see the next generation of players here. Dulwich just doing their best to take it up the middle and drag in the defenders, and that's a decent strategy. But, well, it was a good turnover initially from Bishop's Vesey, but they've just lost it forward, and must be very frustrating in those moments. Seven points to 0. Dulwich Brett with the lead. Advantage being played to the boys in navy, but advantage wasn't coming enough, so the referee calls them back, and they're going to try and use the space on the outside. It's a dummy and a show, and then a step inside, and it's try number 2. Oh my goodness, he didn't get it down. Well, a big hit defensively, and that has stopped that ball getting dotted down for the score. Proof that you should never give up on what might be seeming like a lost cause. And that's excellent defensive work from Bishop's Vesey. They need to get their attack flowing though, if they're going to get their way back into this. Just one score down though, 7-0 to Dulwich. Vesey with the scrum. They've got to try and get out of their own 22. That's a decent step. He needs support though. Shows once more, but the tackle's good. Counter ruck from Dulwich. They've got an advantage being played by the referee. Little knock on in there by a Vesey hand. Dulwich still with it in hand, and they've got men here. Surely it's going to be, oh well, ball's gone backwards, but it was juggled, and Vesey are on the attack defensively. Oh, one of the main chasers just slipping over. It's a little bit greasy underfoot after that hailstorm. One of the Vesey players is down, so they've only got 6 players in defence here, and Vesey having to work really hard. And this lad's got his foot to the floor, and I think he's going to be in. Be a safer touchdown than the last attempt, and he is down. And Dulwich get their second score of the game, leading by 12 points to 0. Conversion to come. Successful conversion from Dulwich then. Gives them a 14-point advantage. Kick-off to Vasey is well taken in. Bishops Vasey have struggled to get out of their own half so far in this one though, and it's the counter-rucking of Dulwich that's been effective, but referee just spotting a knock-on in that process. So half-time, referee blows. Dulwich Prep 14, Bishops Vasey 0. Vasey will have a second half to try and get their way back into this one. Just looking at those keeping in touch on RPNS 7's live. We have 15 Rugby, of course, who are down here covering much of the week, as are in at the side. Tweet from Dan Hemingway, looking forward to seeing his old school in the under-13 national quarter-final. His old school, Bishops Vasey, playing now. They need to improve their game, Dan. Key words from the coaches at half-time. So referee is ready to get us back underway in this junior competition quarter-final. Dulwich Prep kicking off to Bishops Vasey. Dulwich in the navy and black shorts. Bishops Vasey in the stripes. And that restart goes the 10 yards, bounces into touch. That'll be a line out to Bishops Vasey. Well, it's a real tussle for the ball at the front of the line there, and it's gone forward off a Vasey hand. It's there for Dulwich. They've got 3 on 2 here. Got to avoid running across and killing the space that they've created. Drift tackles are effective first time up, but Dulwich could be cruising in for try number 3 here. And the try is scored. Bishops Vasey not with a lot in reply. Conversion is a good one. Dulwich Prep cruising here in this quarter-final. 21 points to 0. So he managed to find touch on the last one. Is that one going to go all the way? Well, it's almost a carbon copy of the last restart. It's a line out, and well, we saw the tussle for the ball last time was won by Dulwich. Dulwich Prep. Vasey with the throw. It's to the front. It's not tidy, and in fact, it's a free kick because the ball didn't go the 5 metres. Free kick is taken. Dulwich move it to the right. 3-on-2 again. But once more, they're narrowing that channel by running the ball rather than passing it and committing the men. They might have the overlap there, but he just didn't spot it. Oh, and that's a strong fend to get rid of one. Tackler steps inside. He's that close to the line. The defence is doing its best to hold them out. But the try is scored in the corner. Real persistence from Dulwich. They needed a bit of up-front grunt to get over there, but the support lines were there. Try number 4. His most challenging conversion effort so far. Not over on that occasion, but 26 points to 0. Dulwich in charge. Well, after 2 very smooth restarts, that one has not worked out for Dulwich, and Vasey will find themselves in a bit of new territory coming into the Dulwich half there, and they've got a couple of men on the outside, and then they choose to run inside, and this man's got a bit of pace and he's going to try and get away. The chase is on, but Bishop's Vasey are going to get a try. You can see what it means to the Dulwich players though, because they're frustrated at not having caught him and not kept their opposition to the bagel. They do get points on the board, Bishop's Vasey, with the conversion to come. And it's in off the upright. 26 points to 7. Vasey showing some real attacking ability there. Vasey perhaps needing to show a little bit more of the attacking intent we saw when they got into the Dulwich half a few moments ago when they're in their own area, because they've got ability, clearly. Here are Dulwich. On their own 22. Little shimmy trying to commit a couple of players. Now they move to the left. Oh, that ball's just lost over the top. It's a little bit scrappy. Vasey waited till the player had got up with the ball. It's a really strong work rate by some of the Vasey players defensively there, and they've turned that one over. Referee playing advantage to them. They've got a mountain of players wide. He's got to ship it, and they're going to get under the post for their second score. That's good play from Vasey. They deserve that for their effort in getting that turnover. It's going to be too little too late, but they can leave this game with a bit more pride. 26 points to 14 the score. So just a momentary pause here while one of the Dulwich prep players gets a bit of attention. Hoping it's nothing too serious for the young man who's down.
You alright? How you doing? Are you still in?
Well, it's good to see the player sitting up. We will have a little bit of a delay here on RE1, the main focus pitch of all of our coverage here throughout the week at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. Plenty to see and do down here. We've got stalls from the NFL down here. We've got Rhino Rugby, Ram Rugby, a few little burger stalls and pulled pork if you fancy that. HSBC here are here as well with a few little games for you to join in with. So if you are in the area or even not in the area, we are here for the rest of the week and we would love to see you down here at the world's largest schools sevens tournament. Back underway now then, and that restart from Bishop's Vasey didn't go the 10. So Dulwich want to get into their stride quickly here and add another try, but they've knocked it on. Well, the referee's brought them back for another free kick here. And I think Dulwich have decided they've had enough. And that is the full-time whistle in our second quarter-final. Semi-final of this competition. Well, one of them will be on this pitch at 2:40. So if you'd like to tune in and see who's going to get through to the final from one of those semi-finals, that game at 2:40. The other game going on the pitch adjacent to us at the same time, and then the junior final at 4 o'clock. 3 o'clock we'll have the prep semi-final, but we'll have a little look into the quarter-final stages of them at 2 o'clock. Or it might be just a little bit after 2 after that delay. Our next game up is going to be in the Colts competition. Clifton College against Ipant, and that game will be getting underway very soon here on RE1 on our live streaming coverage of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens.
Will. You're right.
So the Colts competition getting back underway here. So score in this game then, in this Colts match between Clifton College and Ipant. It's 5-0 to Clifton. Clifton playing in the stripes, left to right on your picture. And Ipant now doing their best to make their way upfield. Just trying to isolate one of the Clifton players there. School from Llantrisant in Wales, up against the Clifton boys from Bristol. And Clifton have got a 3-on-2, and that is a loose pass, and I think it's going to find its way to the touchline. And there will be a line out.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
264. Yeah! 5 metres over, free kick.
Well, free kick is given to Clifton. Come back in field. Now they've got a 2-on-1. He's got to run at his outside man and make the pass, which he's managed to do, and he's set the winger away. And that is how to make use of the space and draw the man. And Clifton have their second try. Successful conversion. Clifton College 12, Ipant 0. Clifton with the restart there, trying to wrestle that one away in a bit of a physical tussle. Still in there. Ipant with a bit of movement forward. The referee's going to have to make a decision here. He said once. I think the problem might be that the ball is just not going to be released. Ball taken in by Ipant, so Clifton will have the put in. Referee not too happy with that one. Ball comes squirting out. Ipant react quickly to it, and now they manage to release it. That nearly a man and ball pass, a man and ball tackle, and now they go herring back for it. Ipant. There is a knock-on given, and that will be half-time in this one. With Clifton College leading by 12 points to 0 in this Pool I game in the Colts competition. Coming up after this, we have quarter-final from Pool AA of the Prep competition. Prep winners go into another round of pool matches. Just avoids any of the teams turning up on a second day and playing one knockout game and going home. So they're given the chance on a second day to play another pool competition before they then go through to semis and finals. So that next match will be between Bedford and Felton Fleet. Should be a fascinating one, that one. But half-time here. Clifton College leading 12-0.
So we get restarted. Clifton with the advantage, 2 tries to nothing, and they look to break through the middle again, and I think the chase is almost given up already by Ipan. There is a man giving chase. Closes the gap a little bit, but Clifton touched the ball down, and they'll get try number 3. Successful conversion takes Clifton up to 19 points.
Nice set, perfect. Go wide.
Well, it looks like it's going to be another score for Clifton. They worked that one well. Good fast-paced game. And they get over for the score. Conversion is good. 26 points to 0. Clifton will get things restarted, kicking off to Ipant. Can the Welsh boys get themselves on the score sheet? Nobody likes to be nilled in a game of sevens. Well, in any game, really. There's a fend. Good toss of the ball back in field, but it's untidy on the next offering. Ipant just trying to get through. Full toss back in field. It's a little untidy at the back. Ipant under a lot of pressure here. Now they could have a little 2-on-1 here. They've left a man at the back to defend. That's Jack Burgess. Passes the ball back in field to Jack Smith. Then Alex Davis onto Ian Davis. Now Smith wants to try and isolate his man, but just ended up throwing the forward pass. And this will present an opportunity for Clifton. Owen Davis in there, the prop on the near side, 6'5". He's the captain of Pontyclun RFC under-16s. And there's the little chip through from Jack Smith. They've got to let the man up with it. Now Clifton are going to try and use the space they found on the right. The chase is on now. 2 defenders coming flying across. Tackle hauls his man to ground. And then a little slip. It's still 2-on-1, but the defenders are coming across. It's a decent tackle. Clifton still trying to get going. Josh Ashcroft with the tackle. School under-16s captain. He's played for Cardiff Blues under-16s and he's enjoying a real tussle there. Counter ruck is good. Manages to pull in the man with the hands on the ball. But there is a penalty. In at the side is the call, and then the quick tap. And that's how quickly things can turn over. He's not grounded the ball, which means he can go under the posts. And that is going to be try number 5. Try number 6, in fact. Clifton College well in control, but good to see a bit of physical battle from Ipant there. But 32 points to 0. Clifton College well in control. Restart is deep. Oh, and then a slip, and this could be an easy score for Clifton. They didn't have to work terribly hard for that one. That likely to be the last try of the game. We have a conversion to come. Conversion isn't made. Referee just has a little look at the watch. We will have a restart. My apologies. Restart is made. Ball is taken in. There's a long pass. It's just a little loose. Jack Smith has got to try and gather it, but he's got company. Got to release it as well. Referee was on the spot, but happy enough with how that situation turned out. Kieran Sheehy, the man brought to ground, but the tackler wasn't released.
Jake is yours, Jake is yours, stay out, stay out.
Lot of work for Ipant to do from inside their own 22. They clear the ball, but good positioning from the man who was hanging deep, able to take it on the full. They say about a player like Lee Halfpenny, don't they? Impossible to kick a ball to him without him taking it on the full, so good is his positioning. And Ipant look like they're just going to be undone again in the corner. Clifton getting over, and that'll take them past the 40-point mark. Well, there is the final whistle. Clifton adding the extras and doing the business against Ipant. The Welsh boys going down heavily to the boys from Bristol. Final score here, Clifton College 44, Ipant 0.
Only on the drive. Take care. See ya.
So this next game about to take place is a quarter-final pool match from Pool AA in the draw. And this is Bedford against Felton Fleet. I'm delighted to say I'm joined once again here in the CoCom seat by Chris Cracknell. And Chris, you've been here for this morning's session, and I understand a decent old battle between Felton Fleet and one of the form sides from yesterday, Millfield.
Yes, they certainly put Millfield to the sword. Millfield went into an early lead, and then Felton Fleet came back into it, just proving to have a little bit more nous defensively and with great work. They came out comprehensive victors in the end over Millfield. It was a culture shock, I think, for the young Millfield lads.
Yes, the score in that one, Felton Fleet 32, Millfield 17. So Bedford prep against Felton Fleet, and it's Bedford who kick off to Felton Fleet. And can the form side from this morning then, in Felton Fleet, inflict some problems on Bedford prep. Bedford look to be breaking though. That's a good turnover and a really quick opportunity to break for the corner. The tackle is going to be made. The young man has done brilliantly to stop him there. And then turnover for Felton Fleet. Very impressive chase there. He must have thought he was in. He had a fair bit of running to do. But Chris, that was some defence.
Once again, fantastic defence from Felton Fleet, and that never say die attitude which they showed all day yesterday, which kept them in a hunt of a lot of games that more weaker mentally sides would have fallen by the wayside. So it's fantastic to see them chasing back hard even in day two of this tough competition.
Oh, I think the man who chased back may have been Lewis Goodall, scrum half. Certainly one of the more diminutive players in the Felton Fleet side. And that scrum's been won against the head, and there goes Goodall. And he looks to his wing and wants to set Harry Mead away. But there was a knock-on just before that ball went into touch. So this an attacking opportunity for Bedford. Oh, and they managed to get through two tackles, and he's still going. Passing the ball to the wing, the cover tackle's getting across from Felton Fleet. One fend is good, the second isn't good enough, and he's into touch. Felton Fleet doing everything they can defensively, and it's working for them. Really strong determined not to let Bedford have any easy breakaway scores so far in this one.
No, they certainly are being tested here, and you know, Millfield this morning got an early score up against Felton Fleet, so I don't think they'll be too worried if they do concede here. Definitely have the legs to go the full 14 minutes.
Referee spotted a penalty infringement. Felton Fleet are just going to truck that straight up to the 22. They've got to try and get the ball to the deck, which they do. And now it's away. Oh, and a little half gap opened up, trying to go through the middle, Harry Mead. Spencer Hill's waiting on the outside for this one, and Lewis Goodall decides that a boot to the ball could be what's required here, and now it's a real chase. You can hear the fans and parents on the touchline. Oh, and then it was a knock-on eventually by Felton Fleet as they gave chase.
Shame to see them using the option of the kick. They've done so well previously in the last day and a half of keeping the ball in hand, running rugby, looking to offload and looking for their support play to be in behind. So it's a rare option for them to see them kick the ball away like that.
It nearly paid off for them, Christy, you have to say.
It did. They gave chase, great guns, but I just think, you know, it's one of those things in rugby sevens. So often do we see teams kick the ball away, and then that's their opportunity lost. And I think for Felton Fleet, they've been under a lot of pressure. They needed to make sure they kept ball in hand and not cough up possession, unfortunately, like they have done just now.
Yes, knock on then. Bedford will have the put into this scrum. We're still scoreless in this game. Not for want of trying, as far as Bedford are concerned, but they'll be frustrated that Felton Fleet have managed to deny them at the last minute twice. Here come Bedford. They've got a couple of bigger units in that midfield, and now they give chase and get the leg drives going. It's a race back for Felton Fleet, two of them there. Picked up on the floor was Aidan Barry, but it's going to be a penalty for holding on. And Felton Fleet will have to get ready defensively quickly, because here come Bedford. Little shorter ball. He's thrown that down though, and there was no support, and Felton Fleet will get an easy turnover. Scrum down for Felton Fleet.
Great defensive effort in the middle there, you know, one-on-one man test, who wants it, and you know, Felton Fleet's defender there definitely showing Bedford's bigger forward pack that they're not afraid to shirk away from the bigger men.
No, what you're doing is that.
Those are thoughts of Chris Cracknell, former England Sevens skipper, joining us all day here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. Another few little handling errors in there. My name's Nick Heath. You're very welcome watching this live feed. And don't forget, you can keep in touch with us on social media. Hashtag RPNS7s live. We'd love to hear from you if you've got any information on the teams, any players that you know, any little shout outs. Let us know and we'll do our best to convey those. Bedford with a chance to get into the corner. I don't think the cover tackles are going to arrive in time for this one. And we have the game's first score, and it does go to Bedford. Conversion won't be the easiest. But that was just about finding the space and running hard into it.
It's a great turnover at the scrum. Bedford using their larger pack then just to drive over the ball and make the turnover. Felton Fleet have not got to let their heads drop though. They've defended stupendously well in that first opening encounters of the game there, and pushed the Bedford attacker out wide to make the conversion a bit harder. So they're only 5 points behind. Can't let their heads drop. They've got to do what they've done for the last day and a half. Galvanise back together, get the ball in hand, play some running rugby as they have previously.
So referee blows the whistle for half time. As Chris Cracknell says, Felton Fleet just got to stick to the script that they know. They trail by 5. Bedford Prep 5, Felton Fleet 0. Second half to come.
And not catching the ball at any point. Go buy us a jumbo. This is our line. Go boy!
Restart then gets us underway for the second half. Kick didn't go the 10 metres, so it'll be a free kick for Bedford, and that won't be what Felton Fleet wanted. Penalty to Bedford. Felton Fleet going down on the ball illegally. And then the little cut back inside from Bedford. There's some good hands there and some good offloading, but Felton Fleet equal to it defensively. But there's just a little knock on in there. It's interesting, Chris, obviously in this Rugby Sevens game, when you score a try, you then give the restart. You then have the restart back to the team that have been scored against to effectively hand them back possession. But if your defensive chase is enough, then as we've seen a few times so far in the last day or two, the team that have possession then from the restart can often be held back in their 22 with the ball and unable to do anything with it.
Yeah, you can be trapped in there with your with the good, what I'd call a defensive restart, and you see New Zealand try to use that tact quite regularly by kicking the ball long, trying to suffocate you in attack and trying to push you back into your own 22 and keep you and hold you in there. The more traditional style of restart is obviously to kick the ball high and hope that somebody can knock the ball back, and we've not seen that adapted too much over the course of the last day and a half, purely maybe because I think the skill set is quite a refined one of trying to put the ball on a pinpoint accuracy. So it's good to see different teams adapting different styles of tactic, especially at such a young age, and being able to kick the ball long and hold teams out defensively certainly puts teams under pressure. And Bedford using it expertly there to put Felton Fleet under pressure.
Well, they put them under pressure and then turned it into an attack and got in for try number 2. Very difficult touchline conversion to come. That one won't make the sticks, so Bedford Prep with the lead by 10 points to 0.
I think Felton Fleet have had a tough couple of encounters over the last day and a half, and this one might be proving to maybe a little game too far, although they seem to come back into it.
Well, a decent little step, but the chase is on from Bedford. He's going to need support. He manages to run out of 2 of those tackles. Good work from Aidan Barry. Scored a great solo effort in the corner yesterday for Felton Fleet. He's got the step, he's got the belief in himself. He's just got to make sure he looks for that support at the right time and doesn't try to do too much himself.
It goes to show when you come up against a more sort of shrewd defensive team, as Bedford seem to be. You know, someone like Barry there, he's done really well against the Minnows. Now he stepped up against a tougher team. He's opportunities. He's got to start moving the ball more with the hands.
Chance to break through here for Felton Fleet. Didn't quite come for them.
They need to score here, really. They really need to turn this opportunity into points if they want to get back into this game.
They certainly do. Conversion wouldn't be a problem. Bedford have missed both of theirs, so they just need 2 tries to get things level to begin with. Putting a lot of pressure on Bedford there. And Bedford with the clearing kick. Now then, could this defensive exit strategy turn into an attack for either side? It's well gathered by Felton Fleet. And he's put to the ground, and now Bedford are going to have a chance to break. Now the chase is on. The referee's bringing them back though. It's a penalty to Felton Fleet, and a judge to be holding on the floor. Felton Fleet have got to try and keep this alive and get downfield. Oh, and it's just been knocked on. Scrum down to Bedford, and the clock continuing to tick down.
Felton Fleet are really starting to run out of opportunities and time here, where they've been so successful in previous games. When they had opportunities, they've converted them, and unfortunately in this game Bedford have managed to snuff out every attack that Felton Fleet have thrown at them.
It's not knockout stages just yet. These are the secondary pool stages after yesterday's initial pool competition in the prep schools competition here at Rosslyn Park. Scrum goes down. Ball comes out on the Felton Fleet side, and there's a real opportunity spotted down the short side. The race is on for the corner. He's going to get there. Now then, he decides that safety first in getting the ball grounded is key. As we said earlier, the conversions, well, will prove critical if they can get another try, but they might want to look for that second try sooner. They've asked the referee if there's time for the restart, and there is. Felton Fleet onto the score sheet in the corner. 10-5, Bedford have the lead.
This will go to show where possession is key, and it'll be interesting to see what Felton Fleet are going to do at the restart here. Whether they're going to kick it long or they're going to go for the competition.
Well, it looks like they want to compete, and it's brilliantly taken. And Felton Fleet now, if they can get a fend or get away into this corner, there's good support play. They need another man there to try and take possession as Bedford try and wrestle it from them. It's come forward off Felton Fleet. That's the decision from the referee.
I don't know about that decision from the referee there. I think we're very virtuous that we've got the right angle maybe to look at it, but I think it was a bit hard and undone by the Felton Fleet player. I don't think it was a knock on myself.
Well, the last scrum, Felton Fleet absolutely drove Bedford off it, and they're going to try and do so again here. Penalty has come to Felton Fleet. They look for the ball. A converted try would win it for them.
Just need to keep ball here. Don't panic. Okay, the game's not over yet. They just need to do what they've done the previous couple of games. Keep hold of the possession, move the defence around.
Well, Bedford piling the pressure on, and there was a little knock on, and that is the final act of the game. Felton Fleet with a little window of opportunity, but the game had gone away from them really, with a solid enough scoreline put on by Bedford. Bedford Prep 10, Felton Fleet 5 is how this one is finished. But we will see who makes it through to those semi-finals a little bit later on. So we've got a short break now on the main pitch. We'll be back with the semi-final, one of the semi-finals in the junior competition, followed by a semi-final in this prep competition, and we'll just get all of those details confirmed before we come back. That junior semi-final kicking off in just under 20 minutes time at 2:40. And we'll be back here bringing you live coverage of that. Keep in touch with us, hashtag RPNS7s live. And we look forward to rejoining you shortly.
I want the majority. Give it back.
Rugby with this. Try kicking it, you put it really.
Well, welcome back once again to our live streaming coverage of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National Schools Sevens, and we're coming to the business end of two competitions. It's the semi-final stages of the junior and the prep competitions, and we have coming up for you first of all Whitgift against Abington on pitch RE1. Dulwich and Devonport are playing on the other pitch, so that's the other semi-final. And then coming up after this one at 3 o'clock, it's Sherborne against Dulwich in the prep competition. The other game in that semi-final will be Bedford against Caldecott. But first of all, Whitgift against Abington. And Whitgift, well, they've come through the competition winning 62-7, 50-0, 50 points to 7. Their knockout game of 32, 34 points to 7, they won that. They then had a very tight game in the last 16, just 14-12 against RGS Newcastle. And then they got through against Whitchurch High School in the quarterfinals, 22-0. That's their path here. Game opening up a little bit now then. Whitgift doing their best to try and get round on the outside. And he's just trying to control that with his feet. It's a good pick-up. Referee's right on the spot. Oh, well then. He's given a knock-on. Well, that was an interesting call.
No instant replay there then.
There isn't, no. The referee happy enough with his decision. We've just discussed then how Whitgift got to this stage. Let's just go through Abington. They were in Group E. They won games 17-0, 29-10, 21-10. So their game's much closer than Whitgift. And then in the last 32, they won 28-14. Then in the last 16, 35-14. So they had an easier last 16 game. And then they beat Orleans Park, 31 points to 21. And that leaves us in this junior tournament semi-final. Whitgift against Abington, and we are still scoreless. Got one of the Whitgift players is just down receiving some treatment.
Pretty ferocious encounter there at just after kick-off. Some Whitgift defence, obviously setting a stall out early, thinking to get off the line, using that 7-up defence that we started talking about, getting into the depth of how teams like to defend. And we looked at Millfield, they used that 6-1, whereas Whitgift there, and obviously something that's done used really, really well throughout the tournament is their defence and how they can turn that into points and how they pressurise teams into making mistakes. So you can see the position they are in now on the field is only constitute to what great defensive shape they have.
Abington got work to do to get out of their own half here, an own 22, although that's some really strong passing across the back, and now they're looking to get away. And the young man with number 11 has got an awfully long way to go, but he looks to be striding away. And that is an end-to-end score of the highest quality. First score of the game goes to Abington, and they lead this one by 5 points to 0.
That just goes to show, you know, you can attack from anywhere on the field in sevens, and even from under your own try line, and that's why we've talked about not kicking all week so far. Teams that kick the ball away, you keep the possession away, you've got to keep the ball in hand, and just for opportune moments like that, give it to your winger, allow him to back himself, give him the opportunity to go around the outside. And fantastic to see the young man there, young number 11, backing himself to go the length of the field.
Whitgift 0, Abington 7 with that conversion then. They were under the cosh from kick-off. They had one opportunity to break. They've taken it very well. What can Whitgift offer in response? A place in the final awaits. We've yet to award any silverware if you're just joining us this week. The first tournaments that come to a conclusion will be the junior and the prep competitions. This, the semi-final, one of the semi-finals, the other going on over to the left of our commentary position. Well, there's a penalty for Abington. Toss the ball back into the middle of the field. There's the big try scorer, number 11, but he's met his match in the challenge there, but he does well to get the offload away. Good tackle from Whitgift. Live stream brought to you in association with Serious Stuff. Whitgift looking to try and go wider. They've got it to their gas man out on that side. He wasn't able to give chase to the Abington number 11, but now he's got the ball in his hand. He's really stretching away. Comes over the 22. They might not get close enough to stop him going nearer the post. Well, they will. The pressure is enough. So it'll be a slightly wider conversion, and Whitgift will hope that that's wide enough to cause a bit of a problem, but good striding away.
Well, it might not seem like it was great defence there from the Abington team, because they obviously let in the try, but what it was great to see was the chase back and the fight back to keep Whitgift out wide, thus making the conversion a lot quicker, a lot harder, for the converter here. If he knocks it over, fair play, but it could also mean that it will be 5-7.
Well, he made a decent connection, but he sliced it somewhat. And so, yes, all importantly, Whitgift get on the scoreboard, but they don't get to add the extras. Abington still with that lead, 5 points to 7. And they should get possession from the restart, depending on Whitgift's strategy here and whether they choose to chase and compete, which it looks like they're going to. So this could be interesting. In fact, it's well taken by Whitgift. And they've got some room down this short side. Tacklers coming across. That's good work and good interplay. They need more support. Well, two of the players working brilliantly here, and then they have a runner. It's then knocked forward off an Abington hand. Whitgift with the advantage. Runs at the referee, who has to get out of the way. 3 on 2 if they can go wide. The number 5 from Abington has gone there to try and be a last line of defence, but he was easily stepped inside in the end. And now Whitgift do have the lead with the conversion to come.
Whitgift starting to hit their straps, and we're starting to see the side that we saw yesterday, putting many teams to the sword. They're just been able to punch again with the forwards up front, and then they're spreading the ball wide to their gas man once they've shortened that Abington defence. So a very intelligent play there by the young under-13s team from Whitgift.
10 points to 7 then. Whitgift have the lead over Abington. Other semi-final, Dulwich against Devonport. We saw Dulwich Prep playing their quarter-final against Bishop's Vasey, which they won 26 points to 14. That got them through to the semi-final against Devonport. That's going on the adjacent pitch to us.
Abingdon are just not owning the restarts for me at the moment. You know, Whitgift are putting the ball up nice and high. They're not. Abingdon have got to come forward. They've got to meet fire with fire and really get up for these restarts. Otherwise, they're allowing Whitgift back into the game by not retaining possession at the restart. So Whitgift doing a great job by turning the ball over at the restart and attacking that ball in the air. But Abingdon have just got to get up there and own it a bit more. They're a taller side. They need to own the aerial battle a little bit better.
Well, great observations there from Chris Cracknell, former England 7 skipper. Giving us the benefit of his insight and experience as Abingdon will get a crack at this scrum. It's been won by Whitgift. And there's a little shimmy back inside from the number 7. He needs support from his winger, but he's just knocked it on. Couldn't quite hold it. He'll be frustrated with himself. Referee blows the whistle for half-time.
I think the young number 7 there just took it on a little bit one too many, looking for that contact a little bit too much. Should have fed the winger earlier. Bump one player, then pass the ball out wide. It's always good to change the point of attack once you've drawn in a defence, and unfortunately they're just going a little bit too far, and his skill set letting him down.
So half-time score: Whitgift School 10, Abingdon 7. Second half to come. Do get in touch with us. Hashtag RPNS7s live if you are on Twitter. The Rosslyn Park HSBC National School 7s, their account at RPNS7. Do get in touch with us. Let us know who you think is going to make it through to the final. Or you may have some players involved in the competition this afternoon. We'd love to hear a message from you as well. So we're back underway then in the second half of this Junior Schools Tournament semi-final. Tournaments going throughout the week here. The juniors, the preps, the Colts all playing today. We go right up to the under-18s at the end of the week. Whitgift just dancing around in the middle here. Abingdon marshalling them well defensively. Looking for an opportunity to try and strike an attack. And well, there go Whitgift down the wing again, but the tackler came across to try and make the tap tackle. He might have hurt himself in the process. We've seen a few teams going for these tap tackles when perhaps they'd be better to go in for the full tackle. Perhaps wanting a little bit of the drama that comes with the tap tackle, but didn't work for Abingdon on that occasion, and that is Whitgift's third try.
Whitgift taking a couple of bites at the cherry to get over there. Unfortunately, they're just getting caught into this battle that Abingdon obviously want to play, this arm wrestle up front and punching holes in each other. The forwards having a great tussle up front, but they've got the gas out wide. They just need to feed the ball to that man a little bit sooner, just to put Abingdon's defence under a little bit of pressure. They're very clustered in the middle of the field at the moment. They've also got pace to burn out wide. They just need to use it a little bit sooner.
Well, 10 points now, the difference. Not a lot in sevens, but this game has been a little bit attritional at times. Just 3 tries scored in the first half.
quite amazing how attritional it is for such young lads as well. The hits that are going in, no one's shirking anything. We talked about the tap tackle. They've obviously got a variety and a range of ability in defence, but it's amazing to see some crunching hits going in for such young lads out on a rugby field.
Whitgift with possession. We may see another one of those crunching hits if Abingdon are able to defend against this. They've got to stop giving that winger some room on the outside, and his pass goes to ground. Whitgift still have possession though. Interplay scrum half. Did that ball go forward? Referee right on the spot. Yes, it did. Whitgift will have the scrum.
'Jay, give the ball.
Ball is in. Thought it had been a Whitgift scrum, but it was actually an Abingdon put in. And now Whitgift have possession over on the left-hand side. One tackle goes in. Then a second, but he was close to the line. And that's got to be a deciding score in this one. Developing enough of an advantage now. Whitgift leading by 22 points to 7 with the conversion to come. £22 to 7. Whitgift with the restart. Not cleanly taken by Abingdon, but they do maintain possession. Little step back in field. Support runner was there. They've got 3 on 2 if they can get it wide, and they need their runner in some space. Now, we know that Whitgift have got some pace of their own, and they managed to swing number 11, the try scorer from Abingdon, into touch there.
So we've seen the tap tackle, the full-on shoulder hit, and now we've seen the dancing on ice version of getting someone into touch. I think it's Whitgift outfit. It was poetry in motion.
Yeah.
This Whitgift outfit seems to have an answer for everything that Abingdon want to throw at them at the moment. It's definitely a force to be reckoned with, and I can only see them going one way, and that is towards the final at the moment.
Abingdon with the scrum from the knock-on. Just a couple of changes being made for Whitgift.
Not a bad ploy there by Whitgift, bringing off a couple of players, saving their energy for the potential final later on. They've obviously gone through this tournament at a rate of knots, putting on a lot of points on a lot of teams, and it's about keeping your players refreshed and not necessarily wearing them out if you're playing your best players, and also giving everybody an opportunity to show what they can do in this fantastic format of the game.
The subs are on. What difference will they make? Oh, well, pass went wide there. Advantage is to Abingdon, but they're not going to reclaim possession, so we will have the scrum. It's been a little bit untidy, this game, in some areas. Just a little bit of a loss of accuracy. It's a long couple of days for these players. Many of the teams coming from all over the country. 7,500 participants over the course of the week here, and many of them will come and stay in digs around London. They really look forward to this. Being selected is a really great opportunity, and well, the roster of players that have been through this tournament in past years show what it can do. When you look at coaches like Stuart Lancaster in England, it's not necessarily always about raw talent. He also looks for people that can tour well, that have the right culture, have the right ability to be part of a team. And you get to see that when you're coaching these sides and see who's got the real talent, who are the team players on and off the field. And that's some of the experience that these young men will be getting.
That's exactly it. That's one of the fantastic things about Sevens is you go on tour, you travel away, you have to back up performance after performance, and it's like you rightly say, they're not necessarily about being the best individual but also the best team. And you know, Whitgift certainly aren't a bunch of superstars here by any stretch of the imagination, but they are playing very well as a team and for one another, and rightfully deserve their lead, and rightfully deserve them going through to the next round of the competition and through to the final.
Well, they
played very well.
They certainly are. Sorry, Chris. Yes, 22 points to 7. Whitgift then are victorious over Abington. We'll hopefully get the score across from that other semi-final very shortly between Dulwich and Devonport and find out who it is that Whitgift will be facing. But our next game up will be the Prep Tournament semi-final. Many congratulations to Whitgift making their way through to the junior final. Commiserations to Abington. They were first on the scoreboard in that semi-final, but they couldn't fight back once Whitgift had got onto the score sheet. Then in terms of the Prep semi-final, this will be contested between Sherborne and Dulwich. Of course, Dulwich having teams in the junior competition and the Prep competition. And we'll be ready to get underway in that match in just a minute. So we're now down to the semi-final stages in the Prep School competition, and this one will be fought out between and Dulwich Prep. Sherborne in their pool stages, 22-12 victory, 40 points to 0 victory, 27-21, 40 points to 12, and then in their quarter-final pools they beat Aldro 36-14 and Collett Court 35-10. Dulwich, all their pool stages yesterday, 24-5, 36-14 victory, 19-12 and 33 points to 12. And then in their quarter-final pool today, 29-12 against King's House. And then a 10-17 game against Caldecott. Now, Dulwich come through as a best runner-up in that pool because Bedford and Caldecott are competing on the adjacent pitch in the other Prep semi-final, but this one is the winner of Pool CC, and that's Sherborne against one pool runner-up, and that is Dulwich. We're underway, and what can we expect from this one? So we've got an early injury to one of the Sherborne players. Certainly hoping that he's okay.
One thing we have touched on is the amount of supporters that we get here over the competitions week. There's 8,000 people that come down in attendance to watch the competition, and obviously as the young lads receive some attention on our E1, over on RE2 is the other competition going on, and it's great to see how much support there's here for Caldecott Prep. Obviously a reasonably local school, only out as far as Farnham Common, but there must be a good 200 or 300 people lining the touchline supporting them on another field. So it really does show how vast this competition is and how many people come down to watch. And it's great to see a local school being supported so well.
It really is a great festival of rugby here in southwest London. Medics just coming on to check that chap from Sherborne is okay. And the game will hopefully get underway very shortly.
Jamie, who are you waiting?
What? What was the other one? And it's like 2 minutes later.
Well, if you've just joined us on the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School 7 stream, we've just got a little stoppage in the in this prep semi-final between Sherborne and Dulwich, as one of the Sherborne players is down and just receiving a bit of medical attention. We do have the medics on the field attending to him, and we certainly hope that that is precautionary. But do stay with us, and we'll be picking up with the match once it gets underway in just a couple of moments' time. We are scoreless. Sherborne against Dulwich. One of the prep semi-finals. Bedford-Caldecott going on over on the far side. I think Chris Cracknell's just keeping half an eye on that one. What have you seen over there, Chris?
It's been fantastic end-to-end stuff, and as I said earlier on, it's great to see such great support coming out for Caldecott prep.
Don't tell us it was too good. We haven't got any cameras over there, Chris.
No, yeah, true. Come over here. No, it's good to have some. Obviously, got a bit of a biased eye on Caldecott prep, having some close friends that run their sevens program there. Most notably, Adam Hurst, who runs the Apache Sevens team, which is a domestic sevens invitational side. So it's fantastic to see, pedigree of coaches working within the school system around here. And we've seen Tom Cheeseman and Mike Baxter working respectively with their schools, and also seeing former rugby players such as Peter Short, former Bath man, down here as well with Camford School and their Colts team, who no doubt under his watchful eye we'll see later on in the tournament. And as I say that, the sun appears to be shining through, which could bode well for the rest of the afternoon, and me and yourself, Nick, you're not getting too wet under here.
No, well, we brought out the covers because we had a hailstorm earlier. Now the sun's out and we're in the shade, so you win some, you lose some. Wonder how far these cables will stretch for a way to move, but we'll be back underway with coverage of this prep semi-final just as soon as the young man who's getting some attention is feeling okay. I think I can see from my position that he is sitting up now, which is always a better sign, and we'll be back underway hopefully here very shortly. But of course the safety and health of the players is the most important thing here, so the medics will be allowed all the time that they need to ensure that this young gentleman is okay. Coming up after this then, we have a Group I Colts match between Angels International College and Hymers College. Then we have a small gap at 3:40, although with these stoppages that gap gets ever shorter. And then we'll be building up at 4 o'clock to our first final of the week, the junior final between Whitgift and Dulwich. Dulwich overcoming Devonport in that junior semi-final by 21 points to 12. And of course we were watching that Whitgift match against Abingdon where Whitgift won by 22 points to 7. So that will be our first final. The prep final, of course, to be decided between the two sides that we will be getting back underway with, Whitgift and Abingdon. And the match going on the pitch adjacent to us, where I can tell you that Caldecott have just gone in for another score, and they seem to be in control of that one. But we'll have the rest of this semi-final for you in just a couple of moments' time.
guys down there. Those guys are really good.
We're back underway here between Shelburne and sorry, I've lost the we're watching we're playing Shelburne and Dulwich, and it's great to see the amount of medical cover here that we have, especially from the Rosslyn Park guys laying it on for us, and it's brilliant to make sure that these young athletes of the future get good medical care, even if it is a small injury, however big or small it is. So fantastic to make sure they've got the support that they have at this prestigious tournament.
Yes, certainly is. And just as we get back underway, just reminded that the score in this one is 0-0. Hasn't exploded into life just yet, but of course that stoppage will feel really to both of these sides like it's really the start of the game once again. Some big noise coming from the other pitch adjacent to us as Caldecott are running in several tries there. They've got to look like the form side going into the final. They will play one of these two sides that you're watching. Sherborne and Dulwich. Sherborne in the black and red. And they come away with it. Try and hold up the last man, but it's just gone forward. Advantage being played to Dulwich, but Referee will bring us back for the scrum. Dulwich Prep coaches just getting a little bit animated under the posts just down near our commentary position. Dulwich with a chance around the outside. It's a one-on-one battle. He's managed to pull his tackler to the floor there. Good mazy running. Doesn't want to get himself isolated though. Manages to flick the ball back between his legs. Dulwich have it. Trying to get through the middle. Tackle is made. There are plenty more Sherborne defenders on one side, but he's managed to get the pass away here. And how much pace has this man got to try and get the game's first try? He's going to get there, and he gets the touchdown. And Dulwich are the first team on the board in this one. They get the try, and they're underway.
I did wonder whether Dulwich should undone themselves there by running backwards and forwards in the middle of the park, but they certainly found their gas man on that left-hand side of the field. And moving forward, as we get to the latter stages of these tournaments now, the tired legs are starting to tell, and teams are starting to not necessarily fall all the way into their normal patterns. And Dulwich College definitely want to use their gas man early doors to put the Sherborne defence under pressure. So trying to see a little bit more width in attack from them would be nice moving through this game.
Yes, Sherborne, they had the numbers more on one side than the other, and Dulwich seemed to play it back to where there were more defenders, but they just managed to find a man free on that outside channel. Sherborne 0, Dulwich 5, the conversion unsuccessful. Of course, conversions are made by drop goals. Drop kicks, rather. Now then, Sherborne under pressure. Dulwich get a boot in there, and we'll just nudge Sherborne closer to their own goal line with that line out.
Range territory tactic there, and looked like he was playing rugby league, looking for the 40-20, but it's a shame to see so much kicking as we have done. I think, you know, it's
not a fan of the boot, are you?
No, not a fan of the boot at all. I think it should be banned from under 18s downwards. To be honest with you, I think see these young lads running around with the ball in hand, and really trying to break teams down defensively with their flamboyant attack, and we've seen plenty of it, so there's no reason to kick the ball away with the ball in hand.
Forward pass there as Sherborne move it around on the near side. That was the voice of Chris Cracknell, and my name's Nick Heath. You're very welcome watching this Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens live stream. We're on the Rosslyn Park Sevens website, Ultimate Rugby Sevens site as well. We're also on YouTube via our providers 24/7. And opportunity for Dulwich as they hack the ball through. There's a curious option to try and clear that one out with the kick. There's an advantage being played to Dulwich. They break away. Has he managed to get over for the score? He's knocked it forward in the act of trying to do so. So they'll come back for the scrum. But, well, if anybody was listening to Mr. Cracknell a moment ago, it certainly wasn't that Abingdon boy who tried to kick, and it went anywhere but in the right direction. I say Abingdon. Sherborne, sorry.
Well, that's case in point. He's given away possession, hasn't he? And Dulwich are now on the attack again with that gas man on the left-hand wing. It looks like he's going to go all the way around the outside. Good strong fend, keep the ball alive, keep the ball in play.
Try scored. Very, very strong into the corner. Dulwich will be very pleased with that one. They worked hard for it.
Certainly did, but they're also made a lot easier by the fact that Sherborne kicked away possession. I know I keep harping on about it and bringing it up again, but when you kick away possession in sevens, there's only such a short time frame to play the game. You've only got 7 minutes and a half, 14 minutes in total, and you really need to keep hold of the ball as much as possible. Even if you are on your own try line, try and run it out, keep the ball alive and play what's in front of you.
So half-time whistle is blown. Dulwich with the lead by 10 points to 0 over Sherborne. There was a fair old delay due to an injury, and we certainly send our best wishes to the young man who has gone off treated by the medical staff. We hope that it's not as serious as it looked. And we have a second half to come here as one of these sides looks to get through to the Prep Schools tournament final, which will be at 4:30. Coming up at 4 o'clock will be the junior final. For those with half an eye on the schedule, the Colts game that was due to be played on this field is likely to be moved somewhere else just due to that delay that we had. So any fans of Angels International College and Hymers College, we may have to disappoint you. That game may not be on the live stream. So it's Sherborne 0, Dulwich Prep 10. And the two teams get ready to take their positions for another 7 minutes of Rugby Sevens action. 7 players, 7 minutes a half. That's the nature of this game. A place in the final awaits. We will get it confirmed, but we suspect that that final will be against Caldicott. That game without the stoppage has already concluded on the adjacent pitch. Now then, there's a hack downfield to send Sherborne chasing. There's an advantage being played to Sherborne as Dulwich tried to pick that one up and knocked it on. What can Sherborne do from this opportunity? Dulwich up fast in defence. Little ball back inside. Oh, now then, it was then a risky percentage pass, and then it's boot to ball from Sherborne. They've got men outside, able to chase that. Can he gather it? Well, he decides to just chip it on a little more. But then Dulwich get a boot to it and manage to clear that into touch. Sherborne's line, they take it quickly, keeping the ball alive. Ball popped back up. Have they got room to go wide? Can they find the man who's out there? Relatively unmarked, though. They go down the short side. And the ball is just thrown forward in the tackle, and Dulwich have the advantage. And they're trying to get away. One man is scragged. They find the ball out to the winger. Stands up for a moment and then puts his foot to the floor, and he's got the gas to get away. He's left his man for dead. And that is a well-worked score from Dulwich after the turnover. The error came from Sherborne, and Dulwich have made them pay with their third try, and a score that you would suspect might see off the challenge of Sherborne. So conversion missed. Sherborne 0, Dulwich 15. Dulwich well in control of this one, and they'll be looking forward to a final. Dulwich looking to try and get into the corner. It's a really good fend and a great score. Dulwich securing their spot in the Prep Schools final. Their 4th try of the game. But you sense, Chris Cracknell, they will have their work cut out perhaps against that Caldecott side.
Yeah, having looked at the cast an eye over both teams, Caldecott look like they're full of energy, and this Dulwich side just look a little bit lacklustre. They've sort of worked their way slowly and precariously through this game, but you know, it's good to see the young lad on the touchline here backing himself to go over in the corner rather than worrying too much about stepping back inside and slowing up. He really worked that try for himself, and Dulwich just looking a little bit tired. I wonder against that Caldecott prep side whether it'll come to undo them.
You mentioned there being a little bit lacklustre. Do you think that could partly be the sort of, you get yourself ready for a semi-final, you get all charged up, and then there was that long injury stoppage, and that can sort of let the adrenaline just tire you out a little bit, just suddenly leave you perhaps feeling a little bit low on energy?
Yeah, no, it definitely sort of takes it out of you, and it takes that sort of 5-10 minutes beforehand. You really get pumped up for a semi-final, and unfortunately, as it is to see the young lad go down injured there, it definitely took the sort of sail out of their wind out of their sail. We'll get it right around.
That's nice.
You know, wind out of their sail, so to speak. But you know, they've come back into it, and Sherborne seem to be the ones that have suffered from that lad going off injured, because they were on top in that first sort of opening exchanges of the game.
Well, Sherborne trying to get away down the left side. A brilliant tackle from Dulwich. They will fight, and they'll fight with everything. Defensively not giving up there, and a really good tackle. Ball has just been knocked forward by both sides, so it will be a scrum to Dulwich. Your little spooner is in there, Chris. Reminds me of that lovely moment Bill McLaren was commentating years ago, and trying to get a score in down the touchline. He said, "Oh, and he's managed to put into touch." He said, "I mean, he's put a foot into touch. He's probably put a foot into touch as well." Which is lovely acknowledgement of his own error.
It's certainly going to be a long week if I carry on making mistakes like that, isn't it? Thanks for pointing it out then.
Are they?
Pretend to do in a Scottish accent tomorrow, and nobody will know it's me.
Bill McLaren, the voice of rugby, one of the greatest. Well, we have a famous graduate of Dulwich College who is around the touchlines here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. He was battling against France at Twickenham on Saturday in that Six Nations finale. Nick Easter is here with his dog in tow as well, and we'll be grabbing a word with Nick after this game, getting his thoughts on the state of School Sevens, and also seeing how he's feeling after that result at the weekend. Was of course a lung-busting victory against France, but England just stopping short of winning the championship. Here go Dulwich again. The chase is on from Sherborne. Oh, it's a wonderful last stretch to get in and make that score. Try number 5.
Certainly some tired legs there, and you know, as they move through a finals day at Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. Certainly one last effort of 14 minutes to come for these lads from Dulwich College. They've done exceptionally well in this fixture, and you know, long may it continue, and good luck to them in the final versus Caldecott Prep.
So final score in the Prep Schools semi-final here on pitch RE1, where our cameras are focused for the week. Sherborne 0, Dulwich Prep 25, and Dulwich Prep will secure their place in the semi-final. Oh, sorry, in the final, and as we suspect, it will be against Caldecott. The junior match, the junior final, that'll be taking place at 4 o'clock in 25 minutes time, so we do hope that you'll join us for that. So we're hoping we can catch up with England and Dulwich graduate Nick Easter very shortly. So do stay with us for that. So you're watching the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens live stream, and still to come this afternoon, 4 o'clock, we have the Junior Schools Tournament Final, and that is being fought out by Whitgift School against Dulwich Prep. And then coming up at 4:30, it's Dulwich Prep in a second competition. Can they do the double? And they will be playing Caldecott, who were 24 points to 15 winners from their semi-final. So 2 cracking finals to look forward to. But in the meantime, we're hoping to grab a quick word with a man who is from Dulwich and been playing his rugby for England. It is, of course, Harlequins' Nick Easter. And do stay with us. We should have him on camera in just a moment or two.
Lads Grammar School. On RE4, Capo Learning Federation. And RE5, and RE6, the London College. You have already made your delivery.
2-2-1-2. Well, you join us now here at continuing the live stream here from the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens, and as you can see, I'm joined by England Harlequins and of course Dulwich's Nick Easter. Nick, great to see you here. First of all, let's just touch on that result at Twickenham on Saturday. A breathless, incredible game of rugby. A hell of a result. Obviously, some people wary of England dropping short by the 6 points to win the championship, but you have to say, in terms of a standalone game, it was an absolute cracker.
Yeah, I suppose from a neutral's point of view, I haven't had time to see it again. Probably don't want to. You know, that rolling maul at the end to try and get that last try, I thought we were over. You know, fair play to French, don't know how they stopped it, but we gave ourselves just a little bit too much to do, and the overall feeling amongst the guys is of clear massive disappointment. Still gutted from the result, as much as everyone's saying, you know, what a great day it was, what a great atmosphere and everything. I think in the cold light of day, as a professional sportsman, you know, you want to win things. But, you know, certainly from a neutral perspective or an England supporter's perspective, you know, 7 tries against France isn't to be sniffed at.
No, certainly isn't. Well, we hope certainly that you and the team will move on positively and able to take the best things from that match that you can. You're down here today joining us at the Rosslyn Park Sevens. It's a great platform for people to be able to come through and show what they can do at such a young age.
It is, yeah. The future talents down here, and it's, you know, it's always been a fixture and a massive competition in any school's rugby calendar. I remember playing here, you know, back in, I won't say when it was, but I remember playing here a few times, and you know, it's a cracking day for, you know, family and friends, and you know, clearly the boys involved get some 2 days off school, even if they get knocked out in the first day. Is that right?
Yeah, that's absolutely.
That's why I remember I like playing it.
Fabulous. Well, the junior final is of course against Whitgift against Dulwich, and then the prep competition Dulwich against Caldecott. So you know, your neck of the woods from where you started out playing rugby, doing pretty well.
Yeah, good representation there. Fabulous. I'll be keeping a close eye on those 2 games for sure.
Excellent. And I also understand some of the Nick Easter eggs are on sale here for your charity. Is that part of a testimonial year as well?
Yeah, it's a bit of fun for testimonial. You know, clearly shaped like a rugby ball. My name, Easter's, you know, round the corner. One of the committee members decided it'd be great to get involved in that, and you know, I'm very fortunate that they've decided to take that upon themselves, and you know, it's for 3 very, very worthwhile charities as well.
Great news. And just a final word perhaps, Hugo Monye announcing his retirement at the end of the season, so he's got a couple of games to turn out for Harlequins before the end of the season. He's been a great contributor over the years.
He has. You know, he was at the club before me, and you know, he's a great character, really ebullient guy, and look, gets on with everyone, cheerful, good guy to have around the club, and you know, he's had some, you know, big things happen in his career, none more so I suppose than the Lions tour, you know, the infamous intercept to I think just get the Lions brand back on track really, after the disastrous tour the time before in New Zealand. Really helped lift that, and he's had some good times with Quins, and it's sad to see him go actually. Still think there's a few more years left in him. Maybe not a wing, maybe in a centre, but he's obviously, you know, he's got opportunities outside rugby. He wants to leave on a high, and we'll make sure we do, as a squad, he does that.
Yes, BT Sport looking forward to his sartorial elegance on a weekly basis, I should imagine.
Well, he's been doing it quite a lot this year already, so he's pretty well versed.
Certainly is. Well, Nick, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time. Enjoy the rest of your day here, and best of luck in your continued success with the England team.
Yeah, and good luck to Dulwich.
Well, no sooner have we managed to finish our interview with Nick Easter than another star of the Premiership comes and joins us around the corner. Paul Hodgson, of course, scrum half with London Irish, and now spending his time looking after the academy there. And Paul, great to have you down here. A tournament like this must be great for someone working in an academy such as you to see the stars of tomorrow.
Yeah, of course. I mean, with a tournament with over 650 teams, you're going to have pretty much most of the talent in the country, it seems. Teams, schools, colleges coming from all over the country. It's an absolutely superb tournament, and people like Dom Shabu should be commended for that.
What sort of things are you looking for in the skills of these players out here? Obviously, players can have breaks; they can get a chance to get over, and the gas men are getting round on the outside. But it's a more all-round skill set you probably want to be looking for, isn't it?
No, 100%. You've hit the nail on the head in the buzzword skills. Those guys who can have a high quality of catch pass, their evasion's good, and I don't know. Sevens really is concentrating on those skills of the game. Whether it's tackling or just spotting space and executing those skills under pressure. So it's a fantastic tournament, and obviously a seven-sided game which can really concentrate on those skills which we're judging players on.
Yes, certainly. You mentioned playing under pressure. It's something that London Irish have got used to over the last couple of years. But, well, London Welsh obviously propping up the Premiership at the bottom of the table. So London Irish haven't had too much to worry about this season. What about the strength coming through the academy? What about the future for the club? Because with the investment, the new training centre at Hazelwood, things are looking much brighter.
No, yeah, again, I think the amount of resources and what Bob Casey's done at the top of the club, and with the new ownership, it's truly fantastic, and the times ahead are really special. Bob's made it clear that it's a 5-year plan, and we're in year one, but obviously some coaches and some new players coming in from next season with already existing coaches, and there's some players there that really kicked on this year. Notably someone like Tom Fowley, who's representing England 20s on Friday night. He's someone who's got a huge potential going forward, and with that, other academy players coming through. We've got someone like Theo Buffy-Glues and John Williams, etc., and other academy players. So I think it's a blend with experience coming from overseas, but obviously getting a conveyor belt of players through the academy. It's really exciting times.
Excellent, glad to hear it. I'm going to put you on the spot. We've got a junior final between Whitgift and Dulwich, and then a prep schools final of Dulwich against Caldecott. Have you been watching many of the teams today? Who are your picks for those ones?
Yeah, I have actually. What's impressed me is that Dulwich consistency, but for me, Whitgift obviously they lost the game, but that sometimes that can be a good thing. It just makes sure that you're on the money come final time. It'll be a close game, but one I reckon it'll be thrilling to watch.
Excellent. Well, Paul, thanks very much for your time, and we look forward to bumping into more stars of rugby as the rest of the week goes on.
So welcome once again to the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Series, National School Sevens, and our junior tournament final between Whitgift and Dulwich. And the players take to the field. Whitgift on the right of your picture in the blue and the gold hoops. Dulwich College playing in the navy and the black shorts. And alongside me in commentary once again, former England Sevens captain Chris Cracknell.
Yes, afternoon, Nick. After a good 2 days of encounter, we finally managed to make it to finals time, and this is where the proof really is in the pudding for these sides. Whitgift have been fantastic for the last 24 hours, and it's be interesting to see how Dulwich College fare against them.
Whitgift, of course, coming through their semi-final, beating Abingdon. Dulwich College beating Devonport by 21 points to 12. Whitgift winners by 22 points to 7. Keep in touch with us on hashtag RPNS7s Live. We'd love your views on the final. Who are you supporting? Who are you watching? Whitgift are the team to get us started in our first final of the week. There'll be plenty more to come. We are here right through until Friday. And first thing that Dulwich do when they get their hands on it is to put boot to ball and chase that one down the field. As we've heard from Chris Cracknell throughout the last couple of days, not a fan of boot to ball, and as you can see there, where Dulwich had the opportunity to pick it up, all they've done so far is give a line out to Whitgift.
Yep, kicking is for karate, to be quite honest with you. It's you're giving away possession there, and Whitgift, as we've seen, blistering pace of their right wing here. So it'll be interesting to see what tactic they choose. They've chosen to go up the middle of the field. No doubt they will now spin it wide and put it into their paceman's hands early.
Well, yes, that's what they're trying to do. It was a bit of a juggle, and he's got 3 of the Dulwich College players for company. Whitgift coming wide. Dulwich doing their best not to give that winger any room at all. There is a penalty, and Dulwich will have it. We are scoreless in the first of our finals this week. Dulwich College. Oh, now they've broken through, and we know the speed of the number 14. He's getting around the outside, and he's going to get over for the game's first score. We are off and running, and we've seen Dulwich do that before. They scored plenty of points against Bishop's Vasey, and they've got off to a decent start in this final. Conversion just goes wide, but Dulwich have the lead by 5 points to 0. Chris Cracknell.
I did think that was a interesting tactic to set up so tight there, but obviously the fly half for Dulwich College certainly got some wheels about him and some power to power through the Whitgift defence. So fantastic running by him. Let's see what happens off this restart.
Well, the ball was gathered by the winger, but he didn't gather it cleanly. It was more the point.
More of a juggle.
It was a bit of a juggle, you're absolutely right. Unfortunately, that is turning possession over to Dulwich in a decent area of the field, once again in Whitgift territory.
Whitgift, in their first game of the day that we saw earlier on, they were quite happy to defend, and just interesting here, they've copped up possession a couple of times. They don't seem to really be able to get into gear. I wonder if this final's proving a bit too much for them.
Well, they're a real pace again from number 14. They come flying into the corner. Dulwich with try number 2. Two number 14s out there for Dulwich, just making things doubly confusing. That's one each for each of them. That conversion is nailed. Whitgift have got some work to do to get back into this one. They need to take their restarts. Dulwich keeps sending it over to the Whitgift number 2. They obviously don't trust his hands. You wonder whether Whitgift would be better putting someone else there to claim the restart who's a little bit more confident on reception of the ball.
Good tactics though by such young men on a rugby field to realise where there might be a weak link underneath the high ball, so if they continue to kick there and get change out of it, you can't blame them for it.
No, absolutely right. Throw-in wasn't straight. Whitgift will have the scrum. Message in from Lindsay King. Go Whitgift from her. Supporting us via hashtag RP, or supporting them, sorry, via hashtag RPNS7s live. Dulwich getting the tackles in early on where the threats come from Whitgift. But Whitgift looking to try and burst out of their 22 now. Dulwich get the tacklers across and bundle the man into touch. And their supporters were very pleased with that.
There's two things we're starting to notice from this Dulwich side. One is their very astute tactical awareness, and then also their ferocious defence. They're getting up into the Whitgift face in defence, not giving them any space at all to run and any time at all to think, and it's fantastic to see such great defensive shape at such a young age.
Yes, it certainly is, and Dulwich, here they come again. Got 2 on 2 here. How are they going to make it work? Two of the smaller members of their team combining well, good hands. They've managed to get all of the Whitgift defence over on one side of the field, so they put boot to ball. He fancied the idea of a little chip into the corner for the winger to chase, but the ball beat everybody to touch and will hand possession over to Whitgift. Well, Dulwich have profited from the line out. Oh, and he breaks through one tackle. He's got one try in this game. He opts to avoid going for the posts. Second try for the blonde number 14 from Dulwich. Oh, now then, that looks like a tremendous effort. Really, really great kick there, and that brings about the half-time whistle. It's been one-way traffic in terms of tries scored in this final so far. Whitgift 0, Dulwich College 19. We'll have the second half for you in just a moment. Second half gets underway then. Dulwich College starting off by booting that ball down towards Whitgift, and they're going to try and hold that man up there. If they can't get the ball back, then it will be a scrum to Dulwich, although Whitgift getting a bit of forward momentum on it. Referee tells them to use it. Ball does get, or the maul does go to ground, but Dulwich will get the turnover, and that is good awareness of the laws from the players, knowing exactly what to do. If a team takes the ball into the maul and they're not able to use it, and they stop getting forward momentum, then it is a scrum to their opposition. They're using their heads as well as their hands here, Dulwich. And they're going to try and isolate a man on the left-hand side. Double try scorer. Gets away from the first tackle. Dulwich go one way, then look to go the other, but now they go straight through the middle. They need to finish this. There's one last man to beat. No, now then. The ball's just been thrown forward at the last second.
That was a little bit of crowbar city there, I'm afraid. He had done all the hard work. All he needed to do was shift the ball, got a little bit selfish and didn't spread it. So I think his teammates will certainly be giving him a bit of stick for not passing that one on.
Yes, they certainly will. Got a mix of sunshine and showers coming down on the field at the moment. See a little rainbow just forming over the other side of our main pitch, RE1 here. Dulwich with possession on the halfway, and they look like they might have found a break to get through. There are two tacklers homing in on the man with the ball though. They do well to bring him down. Referee is on the spot watching eagerly, and I think there may have been a knock on there. Possession will be turned over. Frustrating moments for Dulwich, but the ball will be getting greasier as the rain is getting heavier. Dulwich still putting pressure on, but Whitgift holding out. Arguably Dulwich have done most of the hard work, leading as they do by 19 points to 0 in this final. They are well represented in both finals, the area of South London. Dulwich Prep London and Dulwich College. This is Dulwich College. Dulwich Prep are in the Prep final. That is to come following this final. Dulwich with possession. They've got a man to isolate. Oh, they could have gone wide, but they've gone straight through the middle. It's a hat-trick of tries for that young man. And that is the way to do it by Dulwich College. The conversion is good. Dulwich with a healthy 26-point lead. And you'd have to say, Chris Cracknell, that that's two hands on the trophy, you'd expect.
Yeah, you'd like to think at this late stage of the second half. I think Whitgift have blown themselves out a little bit too earlier on in the competition, and just found wanting in this by a great defensive outfit in Dulwich College. And they've certainly been shrewd operators in attack as well, making sure they're ruthless whenever they have that ball in hand.
Dulwich still with possession again, coming wider. They've got two men out there. The cover defence is coming across. Ball's gone backwards. They've still got it. The wind's getting up down here on West Wimbledon Common. It's nearly blown Chris Cracknell over next to me. Penalty for Whitgift. What can they do with this? Is there a consolation score in the pipeline for them? They need support runners. And the ball's just been knocked forward. There wasn't anyone there to pass to. He'd had to try and hold on to it himself.
Just fantastic pressure again in defence by Dulwich College. We talked about it all over the last 2 days, and I wonder how instrumental it's going to be going into the latter stages of the senior tournaments and the Colts competitions in the the days following now. But Dulwich College here have really shown a fantastic defensive effort and have snuffed out anything that Whitgift had to offer, and that really has been the tale of this tournament so far. The very experienced and the thorough defensive efforts have been the ones that have been the better teams going through the day.
Whitgift coughing up the ball, and then I think a hint of a knock on by Dulwich. No advantage coming to them. Referee happy that it was just knocked forward by Whitgift. So Dulwich will have the put into this scrum. They go wide. Dulwich trying to suck in two defenders. They get the ball out to their winger, who decides the best thing to do is try and come back infield and look for more support runners. There's a lovely little offload out the back of the hand, and now they're trying to find another route into the corner, and they might just do so. The chase is on from Whitgift, but it's going to be a score. Fantastic work from Dulwich.
Just showing that there's a little bit of brain to the brawn as well of Dulwich College's defence, moving the ball one way to one wing, not quite finding a way through, and then quickly shifting it across the park with great hands, accuracy of pass, finding their other winger on the other touchline, and some deft footwork to put him over in the corner. And
well, we have our winners. The referee blows the final whistle, and with 6 tries to nothing, Dulwich College have looked comprehensively as the side to beat, and they have gone all the way and are crowned our first champions of the week. Many congratulations to them. And Chris, what would you say would be the main reasons for why they have won this juniors tournament?
I think it's unfortunate we haven't had much of an opportunity to see them to date up until the final, but certainly what they've been doing on the other pitches has served them well, and that is their defensive effort. They were absolutely outstanding, putting Whitgift under pressure from the early moments of the encounter, and then showing right all the way through to the final whistle there that their defensive pressure and how they can turn that into points by some shrewd operating in attack and moving the ball at point of contact. When the forwards needed to take it up and do the hard yards, they were able to do that and fight fire with fire. And then when they needed to move the ball into space, they did that as well, shifting the ball deservedly so to their ever-waiting wingers out wide to score in the corner.
Knowledge of where their strength lies then, and they finished as victors. We will have presentations to the sides if you'd like to see the players a little bit more close up in terms of the presentations and the victorious moments on the stand receiving the trophy. Well, we will have that for you after the second final of the day, and that will be in the Prep Schools tournament coming up for you in just a moment. That will be played out between Dulwich Prep London and Caldecott coming up very shortly. But our congratulations in the meantime to our first winners of the junior tournament here at the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens, Dulwich College. So don't go anywhere. The Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens continues. We have the final of the Prep Schools competition between Dulwich Prep London and Caldecott. That's scheduled for a 4:30 kickoff. So we look forward to that game getting started in a few minutes' time. So we're ready to go for our second final of the day in the prep schools competition. And this will be, of course, played out between the two sides waiting to take the field. Dulwich Prep London on the left of your picture and Caldicott on the right. Our second final gets underway. There is a large amount of support over in the stands for Caldicott. They played their semi-final on the RE2 pitch just next to the main pitch where you are watching now. And well, Dulwich are up for this. They had that big stoppage due to the injury to one of the Sherborne players in that semi-final, which perhaps just interrupted their rhythm a little bit, but they were comfortable winners in the end of that game. And Chris Cracknell, you have a bit of knowledge of the Caldicott team. What are we expecting in this final?
Well, having seen them in their previous encounters, there's certainly another defensive effort on effort side. So it'll be interesting to see two great defensive teams go head to head, and also what their attacks can do to break down their opposition.
So ball comes wide there. Dulwich with some work to do to get out of their 22, but some good hands there. Caldicott putting the pressure on, trying to look for the intercept. Then they're trying to get the ball wide. That was the hands of Bushell, the scrum half, trying to get it out to the wing, and now Dulwich breaking down the left-hand side, and they've got real pace here. Breaking away. And is that George Rawkins going the length? Skipper doing exactly what's required for the team and getting the first try of the game.
Well, that really was against the run of play. It was great defensive pressure there by Caldicott. Unfortunately, just getting caught just inside the man. And then, if that is, as you said, George Rawkins going the length, it's a fantastic effort by him just to step his opposite number and get around him on the outside and then back himself to go all the way the full length of the park. Let's hope that doesn't prove too costly when the game goes to the full length of 14 minutes.
So the conversion is good. Dulwich Prep London have the advantage. Dulwich with the restart, of course. In rugby sevens, it is the team that scores that get the game restarted. Penalty comes to Caldicott. Dulwich not releasing the player in the tackle, and here they come. We did just have a little rain shower about 15-20 minutes ago, and that has just made the surface on the ball a little greasier than perhaps it was, and that's just going to make the skills all that more important from both of these sides. Caldicott came through their semi-final, 24 points to 15 winners over Bedford. Dulwich Prep London, 25 points to winners over Sherborne. Caldicott looked threatening in that game, but so far it's Dulwich who are in control of this one. They hack the ball back. Caldicott then putting boot to ball themselves. Dulwich sensibly just leaving one man back there defensively, but Caldicott send the tackler up, and they've done well. Dulwich just trying to find some space, and they win possession. Caldicott. Ball is available at the back. There's a penalty advantage coming to Caldicott. Offside is the call, and he taps and goes. But it's not gone to hand. And the referee gives the knock on as no advantage comes to Dulwich.
Just errors creeping into what looks like quite a tired Caldecott outfit. They're doing some fantastic things at the breakdown to turn over possession, and then to go and cough it up like that so easily and give the ball back to Dulwich. It's absolute cardinal sin in sevens. I know it seems like we're being a little bit harsh on young players of the game, but these are the things that, you know, really can prove costly when it comes to finals time.
Caldecott with the ball to scoop up as it comes out of the side of that scrum, and just trying to get their way into the corner. Ball is pumped up. Bushell with the tackle. Strong on a player who's a little bit bigger than him. Caldecott then looking to come wide, but it's man for man marking at the moment. Now it's potential foot race, but good footwork from Caldecott. Tried to come through the middle. Tackle was made, but penalty comes against Dulwich, not rolling away the call. Referee right on the spot.
It's hard to believe that some of these kids are only 13 years old with the hits that are going in, the skill level that there is, and also some of the deft touches that we've seen of footwork. There's fantastic play by such young characters of the game.
Caldecott trying to break through. Dulwich with the lead in this game. They've got the one try. Little dummy. They've got an extra man out here. Can they get the defence across in time? Oh, it's a great tackle, but the supporter's there. But he's knocked it on in trying to receive the pass, and look how crucial that last-ditch tackle has turned out to be.
Well, we've talked about it before, haven't we? The fatal errors of the last dying seconds of an opportunity like that, but also must condemn the Dulwich defence. Fantastic effort to get across there, but also fantastic support from the Caldecott prep boys there. Unfortunately, just not sticking the final pass.
Dulwich, oh, they've lost that scrum against the head, and there's going to be room for them to get into the corner. Is there? Big tackle needed, but I think he's over. Try given.
Oh, that is backing yourself in a rugby game, isn't it? Really pinned his ears back and went for the corner. Fantastic to see. Such a young lads out here really putting pressure under themselves in a final game, but also going for it and backing themselves to prove a point. And Caldecott School bringing themselves back into this fixture.
Well, they've left themselves with a very difficult conversion attempt. It's not going to carry, but it cuts the deficit to just 2 points then. Caldecott 5, Dulwich Prep 7. You're watching the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School 7 streaming live from the tournament all week. We're here. My name's Nick Heath. Delighted to have your company alongside me, Chris Cracknell, former England Sevens captain, giving us his analysis this afternoon and all week. Ball is taken by Bushell. Trying to get the ball out wide. Evans in the scrum cap tried to get hold of it himself. Caldecott just perhaps standing off the tackles a little bit and allowing Dulwich too much room. That's really good footwork from this young man. He's going to try and go all the way around the corner. He's got another fend to go. He's got plenty more distance to go. We might need support by this stage. He's bowled the ball away. It's into the hands of Bushell, who's absolutely flattened. Ball, I think, was nudged forward in there, according to the referee. And Dulwich will have it, but an amazing bit of individual skill there.
Fantastic bit of individual skill. Fortunately, the Caldecott prep in their tired legs are starting to get that honeypot effect defence, and all sort of tracking towards the ball and not sticking to their pattern and just filling the field and getting up and putting pressure on them, a la version of Dulwich prep defence there.
Well, scrum half Bushell just tried to get around into the corner from similar position as to how we saw Caldecott do it. Of course, Caldecott weren't successful when they tried. There was that last-ditch tackle. Good fend. But Dulwich being chased backwards now by the advancing Caldecott defence. But this could be a chance for Christian Freeman. But now it works its way out to the wing. And are they going to go all the way from this position? Little cut inside is not held, so he can pop the ball up to his scrum half, and he might get over, and it's Dulwich's second try.
Well, we've talked about it all week, haven't we? And it's great to see the enthusiasm on the touchline from both schools, but also fantastic support play there from Dulwich. They've defended like absolute Trojans for this first half, and they're now starting to open their legs and get into this game with some brilliant offloading and support play and running rugby there.
Well, we saw Dulwich College succeed in the junior final. Our Dulwich Prep going to follow suit. The conversion is missed. 7 points the difference. The referee blows the whistle for half-time. And this is a more balanced final, certainly in our second one of the week. Plenty more to come as the week goes on. We'll be here right with you. Coverage every day here at Rosslyn Park. Tomorrow the festival gets underway. We also have the conclusion of the Colts competition. Then on Thursday the festival competition will come to its conclusion. Plenty of rugby to look forward to as the week goes on. Do come down and join us. We're down here just off the A3. We'd love your company in the tournament for the rest of the week. There is also a girls' tournament. I look forward to seeing what some of the young ladies have to offer. And then the tournament concludes on Friday with the Open tournament. And we will be here to see that right through to its conclusion. We'll have the presentations, incidentally, of the junior competition and this prep competition. They will both be made after this final, and you can watch that here live on the stream. Send us your thoughts. What are you making of this final? Hashtag RPNS7s live. We'd love to hear your thoughts. If you're watching at work, at home, if you're cheering on your school, maybe you're watching and you have a relationship to Caldecott or to Dulwich Prep. It's Dulwich who are going to get us restarted for the second half. Evans, the man with the ball. The referee is ready. Ball hasn't gone 10 metres and it bobbles towards the touchline, so it will be a free kick to Caldecott, and well, this could be an opportunity for them to build an attack from the halfway.
Well, indeed. Ball needs to go 10 in 7s and then 15s. Laws don't change there, so there's an opportunity here for Caldecott to get themselves back into this fixture and back into this final.
Well, not shying away from the physical challenge there, but Caldecott still throwing away the occasional loose pass. That's one area where Dulwich have been a little bit more efficient. They're doing their best to make sure that their passes are safe, secure, shorter balls to look after possession better. Caldecott could just take a leaf out of that book. Now then, they need the man on the outside to possibly stay a little wider. He's coming in looking for the ball, but if he stays outside in that channel, they might have more success. Little pick and go down the short side. Back in field, tackles being made. Freeman in there, trying to make a nuisance of himself. Long pass out to the left is not held. Pressure can come on from the Dulwich defence, but good little step from Caldecott. Ball's gone backwards, says the referee. Attempted boot in from Dulwich, but Caldecott have held on to possession here. Pace of the game has just slowed for a moment. Both teams playing quite narrow. But now they're trying to go around the outside, and Caldecott could have a chance to get in at the corner here. The chase is on from Freeman, but the try has been scored by Caldecott.
Oh, he went the wrong way, but he still managed to go around everybody, didn't he? Fantastic pace by the young man there. And, you know, Caldecott really are being made to work for every score. Fantastic defence by Dulwich. However, Caldecott finally coming up with the goods to break down the defence.
Well, they've read the script as to what the crowd want in terms of a thrilling final. 2 points in it. This is a crucial conversion. It's not good. Caldecott 10, Dulwich 12. Dulwich still with their noses in front. Dulwich supporters on the near side of the field shouting their support. Caldecott on the far side cheering that try in, but as happens with many big sporting occasions, once it gets a little bit tight, the crowd can go a little bit quiet as the nerves set in. Caldecott with the restart. Hanging kick. It's a good restart. Ball is thrown back in from Freeman, but it's untidy. And Caldicott are trying to capitalise on it with a little chip through. Oh, it's loose again. It's dangerous. What's the decision? Referee says no try. I think that's the call. He's just having a little conversation with, I think, an assistant maybe.
Great pressure from Caldicott there off the restart, really starting to come into this game in the latter stages, obviously narrowly behind, but great to see good defensive press, kept putting Dulwich under a lot of pressure there on their own try line, and they've coughed up the ball. Fantastic opportunity for Dulwich to take for Caldicott to take the lead here now. Let's make sure that everything sticks to hand.
Well, Dulwich have come flying around the side of that scrum to try and upset things, and they've managed to get possession in the hands of Camdy Dozier-Jegbu. And he's just gone to ground, but I think the ball has been knocked forward out of his grasp. So this is a real opportunity for Caldicott. They're not going to get many more chances.
Sadly, time is running out for them, but hopefully, you know, they've got another opportunity here and they can make it stick. Fantastic support from their junior members of the school over there on the far touchline. So let's hope they come up with the goods here.
Well, here they come. Oh, now then, there's one missed tackle. Dulwich get them and they're just in time. It's a loose ball. Caldicott turn. They come back. Jegbu with the tackle. Was there a little knock on there at the base? No. Ball was held. Caldicott coming down the left side. Chases on from Christian Freeman. He's strong, getting in there to try and cause problems. Caldicott have got to be wary of that far touchline, and they do manage to bring it infield. Still holding on to possession. They get the chance to recycle. Dummy right, go left, but it's been thrown into the hand of one of the Dulwich players. Referee, though, has spotted a penalty, and Caldicott will get another chance.
Well, Dulwich are using up a lot of lives here, aren't they? If they're a cat, they'd be running out short. So I think
well, they've got a chance now to come in at the corner. The ball's down and the try is awarded, and the Dulwich prep heads drop, and the Caldicott fans on the far side are all over the place.
Well, there you go, as I said it. Yep. Dulwich using up some of their lives, and they finally seem to have run out. Great pressure culminating in a try there for Caldicott prep. They need to make sure they put the pressure back on now, getting back down there, keeping the pressure on Dulwich, keeping them on their own try line, trying to pressurise another score out of their tired legs.
Caldicott will restart to Dulwich prep, and Dulwich will have to be secure with this restart. Goes to Freeman, takes it well, on to Evans, ball back in field, they've kicked it away. It's going towards the touchline, but there's a penalty coming for Caldicott. One of the players possibly offside there.
I think offside ahead of the kick, as we've said. I don't think there's any reason to kick in sevens. Dulwich, maybe their heads are starting to go, running out of ideas, running out of ways to break down the Caldicott defence, and it's proving costly for them. They're now pinned back on their own line, and it's Caldicott possession once more, 5 metres out.
Well, Dulwich in danger of losing this one. They are trailing, and Caldicott have a great opportunity, leading as they are 12-15. Caldicott coming right this time. Look to perhaps shape to chip through. Chases on in the run to the corner. Another bit of dancing on ice style tackling. Caldicott keep it alive though, and it's just opened up. Or has it? Great defence. If Caldicott could get one more, that would be a gap of 8 points, and surely the game would be over. They still have possession. They know how important the next score is. Dulwich defending for their lives. Still in the hands of Caldecott. Getting into the corner, they've got a chance here. And that could be the decisive score. Patient from Caldecott. The Dulwich defence eventually tiring. And they've found their way. And that, you would imagine, is game over for Dulwich.
Well, it's fantastic to see, isn't it? Real game of two halves in this final here. But I tell you what, Caldecott's support and their work rate off the ball has been absolutely fantastic. They've all worked really hard, tirelessly, to make sure they retain possession at the breakdown. That Dulwich defence, never say die attitude, and they've managed to stick on their shoulder and retain possession. And look at it, look at how much it means to these players.
Well, the referee blows the final whistle. The conversion was missed, but it's no matter. The gap of 8 points was just enough. There was no time on the clock. And there's the final score in the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens Prep Schools final of Dulwich Prep London 12, Caldecott 20.
I did think we were going to have a slight hint of a pitch invasion there from some of the Caldecott Prep boys that have made the journey all the way up here from the school at Farnham Common. But fantastic to see what our second final of the day go the way of Caldecott Prep. Fantastic work by their players coming back into it, and that really was a final of two halves. And the congratulations must go to Adam Hurst, the Caldecott Prep teacher, who's led them fantastically through the last 2 days on the back pitches all the way to the main pitch here at RE1. And fantastic to see Caldecott Prep run out winners.
Well, that concludes another really wonderful day of competition in this School Sevens tournament. Both of the winning final teams will now be making their way over to the presentation area. And you can stay with us and enjoy those presentations. We will first of all present to the runners-up from the junior final Whitgift, and then the winners Dulwich College, and then the prep final runners-up, as you've just seen, Dulwich Prep, and then the winners Caldecott. Do stay with us as we conclude our coverage here on the live stream over the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens.
2 microphones for when one is never good enough. Good afternoon, everybody. Have we all had a good day? Fantastic, good to hear it. My name's Nick, and I'm a regular commentator on the ITV Premiership and Women's International Rugby, and it's my pleasure to be here this week also commentating on the live stream, the first year that we're doing it from the 76th year of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National School Sevens. That deserves a cheer. I thought so. First of all, a big thanks to HSBC, to Serious Stuff, E-Teach, School Sports, and I'd also like a particularly big cheer for all of the referees and officials from the last couple of days. Thank you to all of you. It now remains for me to invite my co-commentator for a lot of the live stream so far. He's a former England captain. Please welcome to the stage to join me in handing out the trophies, Chris Cracknell. Thanks, Chris. I think the first thing that we need to do is award some cups. So let's get the runners-up first of all. It's been a great juniors tournament. We've been watching it for the last couple of days. I've been very impressed at the skills involved. It was a good final. It was competitive, but unfortunately they couldn't quite do enough. Whitgift are the runners-up for the juniors tournament. Who? Oh yeah, you might need to get out of the way for the photos, buddy. As if by magic. Thank you, chaps. And where there were runners-up, there are victors by a victory of 31 points to 0. They were strong throughout the tournament, and we are hugely delighted to congratulate the winners of the juniors tournament, Dulwich College. Your winners of the junior competition, Dulwich College.
One more, boys, come on, well done.
Enjoy the limelight, fellas.
One more cheer, Dulwich. 1, 2, 3. Yay! Well done, guys.
Thank you, guys. Oh, yeah. Don't forget that all of the footage from today's games that have taken pitch on the RE1 field are available to watch via the live feed, and those games are also all available to watch once the live feed has been fully uploaded. So if you want to get back this evening, you can watch those games and see where to improve and do even better next time. So following the juniors final, we of course have had the prep schools final, and it was a very tight affair. First on the scoreboard were Dulwich Prep London, but Caldecott were able to get their way back into it and victorious in the end. So let's first of all toast our runners-up in the prep tournament, Dulwich Prep London. Let's hear it once again for the prep runners-up, Dulwich Prep.
Okay, Dutch, can I have a big cheer? 1, 2, 3, yay! Well done, guys.
Thank you, guys. So we have one more award of the day left to give out. It was, of course, a slightly well-supported team, I can see. What a great final, and they really fought their way back into it. Pure resilience, and Chris and I were saying in the commentary it was an ability to turn defence into attack that was one of the great strengths of them this afternoon. Winners by 20 points to 12, the winners of the prep tournament, Caldecott! I have a feeling that's going to keep happening every time they do. I'm getting deaf over here. And one more. So thank you very much to all of the teams for taking part. We've had 2 days of fantastic competition. Of course, it continues tomorrow and throughout the week with the Colts competition, the festival and the Open competition as well. Keep staying tuned on the live feed for all of that. And thanks once again to all of the teams, players, officials and spectators who've made the first 2 days of the Rosslyn Park HSBC National Schools Sevens so exciting. We'll see you again very soon.